Can I welcome members, officers and the public here in the gallery and watching on the webcast today's meeting of the London Assembly Plenary Draft Budget meeting. The London Assembly is the voice of London, composed of 25 members elected at the same time as the Mayor, in order to hold him to account and scrutinise his policies. This is a plenary meeting of the Assembly, which means that all members are invited to attend. Members are also reminded that any electronic devices should not be placed in front of the microphones, which must be turned on to speak and turned off once you finish speaking. Can I ask the clerk, Rebecca Arnold, to confirm any apologies for absence?
We have no apologies for absence, Chair.
Great. Thank you. Can I now provide an update on some of the recent Assembly activity? Since the last Mayor's question time on the 19th of January, the Police and Crime Committee published a report on London's probation services following a major reform. As part of its scrutiny, the London Ambulance Services new organisation strategy for 2023-2028, the Health Committee visited the new Emergency Operations Centre, and yesterday the Police and Crime Committee held a question and answer session with the Metropolitan Commissioner, Sir Mark Rowley, on topics including the David Carrick case, trust and confidence, and reducing crime. Can I ask the Assembly to note the recommendations set out as item number 2? And can I ask the Assembly members to declare any other disclosable pecuniary interests or other relevant interests where they relate to the items on the agenda for today's meeting? Okay, I presume the silence means there are no conflicts. Further, to the Standing Order 6.3, this meeting will be used to principally consider the Mayor's London Draft Consolidated Budget for 23-24 proposals. We welcome the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, to the Chamber. He will be presenting his draft budget proposals shortly. Following this, the Chairman of the Budget and Performance Committee will be invited to present the committee's response to the Mayor's consultation budget. Following that, the Assembly will put questions to the Mayor on the budget section by section. In order to set out the budget document for up to 2 hours, joining the Mayor for the question and answer session is David Bellamy, the Mayor's Chief of Staff, and David Gallie, the GLA Executive Director for Resources. And then finally, the Assembly will move to debate and vote on the budget. This is the first of a two-stage budget setting process, and the Assembly is to take a final decision on the budget at the London Assembly's Mayor's Question Time meeting on the 23rd of February 2023. Can I also remind the Assembly that the Assembly's consideration of the draft consolidated budget is covered by the budget procedures set out in Standing Order 6.3. I'll now ask the Mayor to present his draft budget proposals.
Good morning, everyone. I'm acutely aware that these are difficult times for our city. Inflation has been at the highest levels for decades. Brexit is acting as a drag on our economy, and incompetence by the government has led to interest rate hikes, tax increases, further austerity, and forecasts of a long recession. Faced with higher energy bills and spiralling rents, many businesses are struggling to stay afloat, and many Londoners are struggling to keep their heads above water. The situation in our capital is further exacerbated by the government's approach of consistently underfunding since 2010 our vital public services. The most visible evidence of this is the crisis that's currently engulfing our NHS. But it's also true in relation to the Metropolitan Police Service, Transport for London, and the London Fire Brigade. For example, after a decade of austerity, the new Commissioner of the Met has outlined how London's police service needs an additional £878 million per year to have the same real terms per head budget as in 2010 and 11. Meanwhile, central government has left TfL with a significant funding gap, insisting that we raise more than £500 million a year as a condition of the emergency funding deals provided during the pandemic, while requiring us to make further cuts of £600 million on top of the £1.1 billion savings already made since I was first elected Mayor in 2016. It's against this challenging backdrop that this draft budget has been developed. It sets out to plug the gaps that have been created by the government's historic and ongoing lack of support for our city. To do this, I've had to take the difficult decision to propose raising council tax by £3.21 per month for the average Band D property. Putting up regressive council tax is the last thing that I want to do. But as Mayor, my hands are effectively tied by the government, and I'm determined to keep Londoners safe and our city moving. I cannot, in good conscience, allow the responsibilities I have to Londoners to be compromised by the government's failures to adequately fund our police service, transport system and fire service. The extra money we're raising will go directly towards helping the police continue to buck the national trend and reduce violent crime in London, funding an additional 500 police community support officers. It will help to fill the hole in TfL's finances caused by the pandemic, and it will ensure the London Fire Brigade can continue to respond quickly to major fires and make the changes needed after the Grenfell Tower inquiry. This budget includes more than £14 million to accelerate the systemic change we urgently need to see at the Met. The new investment from City Hall will help to raise standards, improve performance and rebuild the trust and confidence of all London's communities in our police service. With the appointment of a new reforming commissioner and with this extra funding from City Hall, we are setting in motion an unprecedented reform programme that will stamp out unacceptable behaviour and deliver the crucial reforms and step change in culture and performance Londoners deserve. I'm clear that I see police reform as a critical part of my mayoralty, and I will not rest until all Londoners have the police service they deserve, one that is representative, trusted and delivers for every community in our city. Of course, there's no escaping the current economic outlook, but I remain optimistic for our city because time and time again over the last 6 years we've shown it's still possible to take huge strides forward even in the most difficult of circumstances. Our record of delivery includes taking the boldest action of any city in the world to tackle air pollution and the climate crisis, getting the Elizabeth line open and running, supporting Londoners and businesses through COVID-19 and building a record number of council homes and homes more Londoners can afford. I'm proud of these initiatives and I'm confident that this budget will play a critical role in continuing to support London's economies and communities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And now Assembly Member Fortune will present the report of the Budget and Performance Committee.
Thank you, Chair, and to the Mayor for his opening remarks. As Chairman of the Budget and Performance Committee, it's my responsibility to outline the main points for consideration identified by the committee during the scrutiny process. Since the budget plans were submitted, the committee has held 7 meetings with the functional bodies and with the Mayor. A paper setting out the recommendations from our budget report, it is included in the papers for today's agenda. There are several themes running through each of the 7 main areas that the Mayor has financial control over, many of which could be considered puzzling. We have done the best we can with the information provided, but still find that the quality of budget submissions is poor in key areas, particularly those areas under direct control of the Mayor. This remains a serious concern for the Assembly. The Assembly will notice that some of those concerns give off an air of familiarity, and it is a disappointment that the Mayor has failed to address the concerns raised with him numerous times in previous years. This committee wrote to the Mayor in the summer of 2022 after his budget assumptions for his income in 23-24 once again appeared overly prudent, and cautioned that this could result in large additional amounts being added to his spending plans at the last minute. The committee has real concerns that this last-minute approach to adding expenditure results in suboptimal planning. This concern remains and has already been highlighted by an additional £129 million of income so far, and potential for more in the next iteration of the budget next month. Over the last 6 years, the final figure has been an average of 198 million, which has been added very late in the budget process. The last-minute variations in the budget submissions, often after formal committee stage processes have concluded, threatens to break the annual budget scrutiny process, which is why the committee recommends that the Mayor should develop and implement a change to the budget setting process that ensures that additional income beyond the anticipated in budget guidance is allowed through a process that is robust, transparent and sustainable. This should include an additional Budget and Performance Committee meeting to scrutinise his proposals. This budget comes at a time of great challenge to Londoners on lower incomes, with increasing projected financial pressure on Londoners, with expected rises in council tax fares and the ultra-low emission zone expansion. We look to the Mayor to support Londoners in most need. The Mayor has used his draft consolidated budget to set out plans to increase council tax to the full amount available to him. However, this comes at a time when neither he nor the committee know the full level of income he will receive from business rates. The Mayor should assess his intention to raise council tax to the full extent available to him in 23-24 once he has confirmation of these expected income levels. We heard from the Commissioner of the Met about his much-needed plans to reform. Whilst we support his intentions, these plans need to be costed and funded. The committee understands this to be in the region of tens of millions and is astounded by the Commissioner's approach of not specifically allocating any funding for this critical issue. This is why the committee recommends that the MPS should establish what additional budget is needed for reform and include this in the Mayor's final draft consolidated budget. The Met continue to struggle to balance its financial plans for future years, and this remains a constant concern to the committee. Action must be taken now to ensure that these cost pressures are addressed without the need to reduce services. And the MPS should develop an efficiency programme to address the remaining funding gap once the element for officer growth has been removed, and share this with the committee. The Mayor's budget for the Met once again shows an increasing budget gap for police officers. The government has delivered on its promise for funding for an extra 20,000 police officers in England and Wales, and funding has been allocated on the basis of an established funding formula. However, the Mayor and the Met Police insist on forecasting for an extra unallocated 6,000 police officers. This is around a third more than the government have committed to pay for. It's a laudable aim, but planning to do so without funding in place has led to budget gaps. This lack of robust financial planning without the money to pay for the planned extra police officers seems short-term, poorly thought through and reckless. The committee recommends that MOPAC reconsiders basing its future years' plans on expected allocations for funding for police officers. The Fire Brigade is now having to answer serious questions on its culture. It has scrapped large elements of its previous savings plan and replaced these with new initiatives. These cost pressures, including those from an ongoing pay dispute, are a clear concern for the committee. The Fire Brigade cannot currently afford to fund a full complement for staff in 23-24, so it's reinstated a vacancy rate. This will also increase pressures on overtime pay. The Fire Brigade needs to be realistic about the extent of its cost pressures in order that it can develop approaches to address them. The London Fire Commissioner should develop a costed plan of the budget impacts of the LFB culture, and if necessary, a broad estimate should be included in the 23-24 budget submission. The committee recognises the hard work that's gone into the GLA's first climate budget, and while it is a solid start, the process has highlighted huge differences in approach across the GLA group. The climate change budget process would benefit from increased sharing of best practice and an alignment of standards across the GLA group, including ongoing regular reporting process. To wrap up, Mr Chairman, for our committee to do the job it is elected to do of holding the Mayor to account, he and his team must be more transparent and forthcoming with the information it provides. Once again, the Mayor has changed key budget assumptions after the committee's scrutiny process has completed. The Mayor's executive powers are a consequence of an effective London Assembly. The alternative is a lack of scrutiny, and with a lack of scrutiny comes less effective decision-making, wasted money and poorer delivery to the people we serve in this great city. Once again, as a result of a lack of information during the budgeting process, the task of scrutiny has been made most difficult and complicated. We would like to see better, more transparent processes next year. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Can I ask the Assembly to note the response from the London Assembly Budget and Performance Committee to the Mayor's draft consultation budget of 23-24? That's it. The Assembly will now put questions to the Mayor on the 7 sections of the budget, section by section, in order to set out, as set out in the budget order document, starting the Mayor's section of the budget. The first question on the section will come from the Conservative group. And can I ask Assembly Member Fortune to ask his question, please?
Good morning, Mr Mayor. I've got a range of questions across the budget. The first one is We're now in the third year of operating the Mission Foundations themed budget. And I was wondering, what performance metrics have you got in place to reassure you that these are an effective use of spend?
Thank you, Chair. I'll bring in the Chief of Staff shortly to explain the various additions we've made to the oversight and what happens at budget and performance. So this budget is broken down by missions, by foundations and by directorates. We've also made sure there are dashboards to assist the Assembly in relation to assessing how all the budget spend is in real time, actually a quarter in delay. It's worth saying, Chair, that the draft budget, because of our keenness to provide as much information as possible, and in response to previous issues raised, I think Senator Fortune is my third chair of the Budget and Performance Committee. The report is now 4 times the length of the report in the last year of the previous mayor. But I think to answer specifically the additional metrics we've put in play, I'll bring in David Bellamy, who'll go through some of the additional metrics to address the issues raised by Senator Fortune in our third year of the missions/foundations.
Good morning, Chair, Assembly Member. Actually, I don't think that I have much to add to what the Mayor said. We produced very comprehensive dashboards for each GLA mission foundation and a separate report for the GLA core areas that set out a wide range of performance indicators, both actual performance indicators themselves, targets for particular items of delivery, financial information and risks and issues. So there's a very wide range of information about each mission and foundation, which is far in excess of what's been provided previously. As we said at the Budget and Performance Committee, we genuinely welcome feedback on ways to improve reporting. I'm very happy for discussions about that to be picked up, and we'll look at improvements for future years. But any fair assessment of the situation has to, as the Mayor said, recognise that the level of detail and transparency that we provide, both in terms of the budget documents and in terms of performance, is far in excess of what's gone before.
Thank you, David. So there's regular briefings and senior officers are regularly updating the Mayor. Like I said, I'm skipping around some of the issues here. The adult education budget represents about 65% of the expenditure for those missions in 23-24. Now, we've raised some issues before around the audit process with the adult education budget. How does the Mayor reassure himself that this spending is spent effectively?
Well, again, I'll bring in Chief of Staff shortly, but also the corporate services of review on this as well, because obviously one of David Gallie's teams sits on every meeting that I chair. It's just worth saying a couple of metrics just top of my head. An 18% increase in enrolment, biggest increase in the history of adult education, taking place during the time it's been devolved to us. The fact we've now got courses that are assisting record numbers of Londoners. No other adult education service in the country has seen the numbers we've seen in relation to take up. I think 200,000 Londoners are now benefiting. But in relation to keeping abreast of value for money, I think David Gallie should respond in relation to the reassurance he requires in relation to his presence and his staff presence at the board meetings, and separately David Bellamy in relation to, in between the meetings that I chair, the work his Deputy Richard does with the team as well. David.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everyone. I mean, as Peter knows, there's been an awful lot of work that we've done through the audit panel under Neil's chairmanship around looking at the issues that we've looked at around worries of around the AB, particularly around subcontractors, and there's a whole set of work that has been through the panel on that. What I'd just add to what the Mayor said about AB and missions and foundations, the budget papers do set out a breakdown of the AB budget from missions and foundations perspective. So, for instance, it's over half of the AB budget goes to helping Londoners into good work, and that's set out in more detail in the budget papers.
I'm going to skip on to the next one, Chair, if that's okay. And this moves to housing. There was, and we touched on this in one of the budget meetings, 4.8 billion was given to the Mayor's office to deliver 116,000 affordable home starts by March this year. We talked during the budget setting process about a concern that some of that money would have to be returned as there wasn't sufficient starts made. You said that there was conversations going on with the government to try and keep that money in London. Where have we got to in that?
So, Chair, the good news is I think 99% of the monies for 1623 is now being allocated. I think it's 99%, but somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. And in relation to 2126, I think 80% of contracts have been agreed, and obviously we'll agree more once that time comes to an end. I had a very good meeting, as they always are, with Michael Gove last week, and we're confident that the government and us are on the same page in relation to recognising the challenges this industry has had in relation to construction inflation, in relation to fire safety issues, in relation to consequences of Brexit, in relation to impact on market with interest rates and so forth. And we're confident that the government and City Hall are at one in relation to the issues.
So specifically on the point of having to return any of that $4+ billion, are we confident all of that's going to be kept in London?
I'd be astonished if, with the numbers I've given out in relation to 99% of contracts agreed, 16 to 23 records being broken, any money was taken from City Hall back to government. I point out that this is money we give to the government, £42 billion net every year, and that the government gives some of it back to us in relation to the need to meet London's housing need. Yeah. It's not the generosity of individual members of the cabinet or the government. It's money that we've get some of it back that we put in.
It's right, and you know, on that point, that money originally starts with Londoners, of course, which is my final question, which is that council tax has increased by about 57% in the 6 years since you took office, and that council tax money, as you rightly say, comes from Londoners. This is a time when there are significant reserves held by your office. Can you tell us what you're doing to ensure that those reserves are being used properly, rather than being deployed to keep Londoners' bills lower at this really difficult time?
It's really important that we have sound finance in relation to taxpayers' money. This is taxpayers' money that we're charged with spending and using. And I always like to learn from others, Chair, in relation to stealing best ideas and avoiding catastrophes. And when I think about some of the consequences of having not sound finance, the FTSE in freefall, a run against the pound, the bond market crashing, Prime Minister's resigning. We want to avoid that situation. Instead, I pray and aid what Standard & Poor's say in relation to City Hall's use of finances, including reserves. And what Standard & Poor's said when giving us an AA credit rating, which is, and I quote, "We think GLA exhibits strong financial management practices and prudent policies. It follows a clear budgetary strategy and has high financial transparency, as well as detailed financial planning that often incorporates small c conservative assumptions.
Brilliant.
The
Thanks
city
very much,
contains its operating spending to achieve a structurally balanced operating budget and to be able to undertake large capital projects in response to the needs of the economy.
It's just an advert.
Furthermore, the city continues to benefit from prudent debt relevant to the question and liquidity practices. I'm really sorry the Conservatives are afraid of good news.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that answer. Thank you. I'm now going to ask Assemblymember Duveld.
Mr. Mayor, you rightly highlighted the Conservative mismanagement of our national finances earlier in your introduction. If we focus now on what your budget will do with the London Recovery Programme, and there's a proposed restructuring as you move into, if you could outline the work of that as it moves solely away from the pandemic in terms of the financial situation this country faces and London's position within that.
It's a really important issue you raise. Look, we've got to make sure we balance budgets and we make sure that we support families and businesses. The best way to do that is by having good growth. We've got to stimulate the recovery our cities needs rather than shrinking our expenditure because of a shrinking economy. You'll have seen that our country is predicted to do the least well out of the G7 countries. You'll have seen some of the concerns raised by foreign investors after the kamikaze budget last year from this government. What we're doing, despite opposition from the Conservatives, is, for example, investing in London and Partners. Really important to get more foreign direct investment into London, to get more international tourists into London, to support our businesses, to go and, for example, international delegations, overseas, to link up with angel investors, venture capitalists, to get more businesses partnership from overseas. We're doing a lot of work in relation to giving Londoners the skills they need to get some of these jobs being created. The best way to increase productivity is to have a better skilled workforce, getting a decent wage. And the final point to make in answer to your question, Senator Duval, is we've got to make sure we pay people a decent wage for doing a hard day's work. I'm really proud, since I've been mayor, we've quadrupled the number of Londoners paying the London living wage, £11.95 an hour. Deputy Mayor Joanne McCartney sits on the board that assesses this. I think it was short of now £9 when I first became mayor. We're almost at £12.
Mr Mayor, you've highlighted also about the problems of the legacy of Brexit, or the way that Brexit has been handled. Now, clearly, both our party has decided we're not going to rejoin the EU, but we still need to do something about the hangovers of Brexit and the deal that actually would work to the advantage of this country and our economic finances. So where does London fit into that, and what's your views about that?
Well, I think firstly, we've got to have an honest conversation about the consequences of Brexit. Whether you're a Brexiteer or a Remainer, Brexit is failing. And I would have thought if you're a Brexiteer, you'd want it to be a success. So you'd want to have the best deal outside the EU with the EU you possibly can. We have a hard, extreme Brexit deal with the European Union. Don't just speak to our friends in Northern Ireland and Ireland, who will see the consequences of that. But look at the figures in relation to the shrinking economy, the impact on our GDP. Look at the impact on the goods and services, a reduction being traded in Europe. Look at the impact in relation to not just construction, we'll come on to talk about housing, but other sectors as well. We need a decent deal with the European Union, and that includes, listen, we should have an honest conversation about the benefits of being members of the single market and the customs union.
Thank you.
Assembly Member Bellamy.
Thank you, Mayor Khan. My question is around the work that we're doing around affordable housing delivery and the impact of that on the budget, and the impact on social housing. So how will your housing programmes be affected by, as Assembly Member Duval has just discussed, Brexit among other things, but inflation and the social rent cap on the construction sector?
Well, firstly, can I thank you for your passionate advocacy for the need for decent social housing in our city and the recognition that we face a housing crisis, decades in the making, that we're trying to resolve. I'm afraid, if you look at the housing market now, there are a number of macro issues that cause me real concern that affect social housing. Energy prices has a big impact on construction. Inflation has a big impact on construction of affordable housing. The rise in construction wages, high material costs, the impact on the shortage of construction materials and the workforce. And let's be frank, Brexit is a big factor on this. There have been additional issues since then, the pandemic, of course, and Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine. My argument is, though, when you enter in a recession and have a long recession, and market value accommodation, luxury accommodation, you see a decline in demand. Actually, council housing, social housing can assist because it's counter-cyclical, and it's an opportunity not just to build the homes we need, but it helps the economy as well.
Thank you. And on that point about inflation, I know that the G15, who are great partners of the GLA and boroughs in their building, they have reported gas costs increase of around 207% across the whole sector, as you've said, 15% increase in materials, up to 45% for local authorities. Oh, gosh. Given their HRA situations. And I just wonder what impact that's going to have on the Affordable Homes Programme 21-26, as we know that we do need more money than is currently available in that in order to meet the targets of 66,000.
I think one of the things that the consequence of Putin's invasion of Ukraine and Brexit has taught us is the importance of energy security, but also the importance of us having renewable energy, so we're not reliant upon pressures outside of this island. And the increase in gas prices and electricity prices is a real problem for construction. It's a real problem for the G15 and others making progress on decent homes, making progress on fire safety and other issues as well. The additional energy prices impact leads to a number of developers saying that the number of homes they can start and complete will be less than it would otherwise be the case. And that's one of the reasons why we're lobbying the government for more assistance post-March, which is really important.
And my final question is really just around, as well as providing council general needs homes, one of the things that London needs is supported housing. And the Deputy Mayor at our last session discussed what the targets might be and the shift in the targets because of a lack of revenue funding. And so I wondered the programme, whether you expect it to have supported accommodation units programmed into it and how that might work.
So, as I said, we had an incredibly productive meeting with Michael Gove and his team last week, and he's tasked his officials to speak to our officials about not just 16 to 23, but 21 to 26, the housing deal. I think there's a recognition now in that department of the need of a diversity of supply of homes. You're right to raise the issue of revenue, because it's not simply enough building these homes. We've got to make sure there's revenue going forward, and what we want to see is at least 3 years worth of revenue. That comfort would be really important in relation to this area. You'll see the progress we've made in the last few years. We're hoping to build on that. I fear we may be talking about hundreds rather than thousands, but as soon as we've got some concrete agreement with the department, I'll make sure my team contacts you to let you know the figures.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the Assembly Member Best now to.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr Mayor.
Good morning.
Can I ask what your reasoning was behind giving the Night Tsar a 40% pay increase to nearly £120,000?
I don't decide the pay of people, so I'll let the Chief of Staff maybe explain the reasoning behind pay decisions.
So the GLA has processes by which people's salaries can be assessed based on the definition of their role. These are independent processes involving people from HR, independent managers and Unison as our recognised trade union representative. When we conducted a restructure of the Mayor's office, as is normal following the mayoral election, the Night Tsar requested that her job description be reviewed because he felt it didn't capture the responsibilities of the role. That was done. The updated job description was recognised as an accurate reflection of the work she was doing, and that then went through the independent grading process, which determined the grade, and so that's why that happened.
Do you think that those in the nighttime industries across London will be happy to see that 40% increase and recognise that as the bullet that's going to help them, or one of the bullets that's going to help them during this troubling time for their economies?
I think the nighttime industry recognise the vital importance of the role and will be pleased to have the Night Tsar in it doing it.
Is that why there was a petition to remove the Night Tsar?
I'm not aware of that petition. I know there are a wide variety of petitions on a wide variety of things.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Assembly Member Ahmed. Assembly Member Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, how will your budget ensure that Londoners have the skills that the economy requires, and how will you make training accessible to all?
Thank you for your question, and good morning. I think you've raised a really important issue, because we've got to make sure that the new jobs we create are jobs that can be done by Londoners, and that means supporting them to have the skills they need. So we're doing a considerable amount of work in relation to working with employers, more so than ever before. So one of the things that Jules Park, the Deputy Mayor in charge of skills, has been doing is making sure the adult education sector works far more closely with the business community, not just the business representative communities like FSB, Chamber of Commerce, Business London and so forth, but also directly with small businesses in their communities, matching up the employers with the FE sector with the skills they need. We're also making sure that we have as many employers as possible paying the living wage. As I said, we've increased it fourfold, and we now have the Good Work Standard, and there are more than 115 organisations signed up to that, which again supports the creation of good jobs going forward. And the final two things to say, which I know you've been a big advocate and supporter of, are our Skills Academy, which are the academies work in those sectors which are future sectors: green, tech, digital, hospitality, and so forth, and also our boot camps, which have been really important, short courses that gives people the additional skills they need to get those jobs that have been created.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, in this financial year, the GLA, working with Business London on a blueprint for transforming the skills system in the capital, which ensures that training matches the needs of the London economy, which you have just spoken about. At a recent economy committee investigation, we established that careers advice in London is fragmented. Will this body look at how it can be improved across London?
Absolutely. You raise a really important issue about the fragmentation of careers advice. There's the number of things that we're doing with Business London. The development of the local skills improvement plan, the London one, is being led by Business London. We've also made sure Business London are integral to the Jobs and Skills Business Partnership. And one of the things, again, that Jules is working on is how we can transform good quality careers advice. Currently, the good news is we've got employers going to schools, doing assemblies and so forth to inspire people, give them the aspiration. But you can't be good careers advice, and we're also making sure we invest in that. As part of that, it's the mentoring work we're doing that you're well aware of. We want 100,000 young people who currently haven't got a mentor to have a mentor. Some of that will be the mentors giving good careers advice.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And finally, in the latest available minutes from the London Recovery Board and in November's Budget and Performance Committee, it was stated that that we are still awaiting a response from the government on London's UK SPF investment plan submission. Within this plan is a people and skills pillar that will fund provision for Londoners to enter and progress in good jobs. Has there been any news yet, and what impact has the delay had in supporting Londoners into good jobs?
So it's a big impact because there's been delay after delay after delay after delay. If you remember, the UK Shared Prosperity Fund was us, inverted commas, taking back control. So rather than Brussels deciding how we spend money, it was supposed to be communities deciding how we spend money. Now we realise it's not communities, it's Whitehall and Westminster deciding how we spend money. So we were also promised a similar sum of money from the UK Shared Prosperity Fund as we received from Europe. We're now told we're going to get less than half the money received from the European Union, and there are an additional strings and restrictions attached to that money. Again, we were told we'd be able to spend the money ourselves. So we've now got the information about the sum of money. After a lot of delay, we now know what it's going to be. For the first period, remarkably, we can't spend any on employment and skills programmes, a condition of the government for reasons they're in a better position to explain. But we are now working to get this money out of the door, including working with London councils, who are an important partner in spending this money in their communities, because we think councils know their communities far better than City Hall does, and indeed Whitehall does.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Mayor, I wanted to ask you something about climate budgeting and carbon budgeting. Obviously, the government makes some statements. For example, we're going to phase out petrol and diesel cars by 2030, and then they do literally nothing to start to facilitate that, for example, by implementing a national scrappage scheme, which would be very welcome. But you've been taking serious steps to address the climate emergency, and I wondered if you could just tell us a bit more about how the carbon budgeting has been going, because obviously this is groundbreaking work started by Oslo in 2015, but we need to be speeding up, don't we, on this area? Yeah,
well, in relation to the electric vehicles, I see from today's front page of the Times, Lou Hayes done some work which shows the government, forget not meeting its target by 2030, it'll take 2050 to meet its electric vehicle targets. I'm really proud more than a third of the charging points are in London. But unless they start having a proper strategy to have charging points with the right network, it won't give people the confidence to make the conversion. And you're right about the work we've done following Oslo's lead. Raymond Johansson, who's a dear friend, has been doing this for 7 years now in Oslo. And we basically, as I said in answer to a previous question, steal what's good, avoid what's bad. and we're doing carbon budgeting now. In 7 months, the team here have worked really hard to make sure we are doing carbon budgeting. The carbon budgeting. The reason why it's important is we can then work out what more we need to do to get to zero carbon. What funds we need, what funds we can provide, and what are the unfunded costs as well. And I think, the rest of the country is, forgive the pun, green with envy at the progress we've made in a short period of time.
And so what has been easy in terms of the analysis, and what has been more difficult? And does that break down into how the analysis falls into the Scope 1, the Scope 2, the Scope 3 emissions? You're
right to raise the various scopes. One of the things that we learned from Oslo was be iterative. Don't try and do the big bang. It's not realistic. Don't let best be the enemy of the good. And the iterations are important. The good news is all the functional bodies are completely invested in this, literally. But also we're getting lots of interest from London councils and other players around the city, including the NHS and other anchor institutions as well. Some things are relatively easy, in relation to name the problems. Fleet is quite easy. Estates can be quite problematic. Decarbonising, where you get the energy from, is an issue, and retrofitting's an issue. So it's recognising what the issues are is the first challenge, because obviously you don't know what you don't know, right? And so the more you know, the more you can take action. It's also helped us in relation to explaining the importance of retrofit. You and I have often discussed the importance of retrofit. Disappointed it is the government's not invested in this, but if you think about this building, by moving to the world's greenest city hall, we're saving energy bills, we're saving money. Not just the £60 million over 5 years by moving from that palatial city hall in Tower Bridge that many loved. My office wasn't bad either, I hasten to add. But it saves money in the long term and reduces carbon emissions.
Yes, and obviously reducing carbon emissions in the domestic setting and in the office setting is now a more and more important issue for London, as it's become a higher percentage, because we have been addressing the fossil emissions from the bus fleet, the taxi fleet, and also cars, through persuading people to use less emitting vehicles because of the introduction of the inner, the central, and soon, hopefully, the outer London ULEZ. But one of the issues to do with the whole area of decarbonisation is, of course, the funding. And last year, the concept of green bonds was brought forward as part of that budget setting. And I wondered if you could give us an update on progress on the green bonds, because obviously, with government seemingly unwilling to commit to really taking anything forward in this area, obviously we need money from somewhere, and green bonds is part of the solution.
Well, firstly, you're right to raise the issue of the impact of the ultra-low emission zone. So that deals with three things. It deals with congestion, it deals with air quality, and it deals with the climate emergency. And so it's just worth reminding ourselves that the first ULEZ, opposed by the Conservatives when I introduced it, reduced 12,300 tonnes of carbon dioxide, and the expansion will reduce a further 23,000 tonnes of carbon dioxide. So it really is plays a big role in relation to carbon reduction. In relation to the green financing, it's really important, whether you call it green finances or a green bond. We've got to make sure we support those people with sums of money to enable them to borrow from the private sector. The bad news is literally, the government broke the bond market, literally.
Yes.
And so that's put us back a bit in relation to another example of government policies being a hindrance, not a help. We're still going ahead, though, in relation to green finance, using our cash flow to support green projects. The best example is the ultra-emission zone expansion. There are other examples similar to that in relation to the Mayor's Energy Efficiency Fund as well. But we've got to help unlock some private finance, and I think it's not a bad thing to help stimulate that market with sometimes taxpayers' money.
You mentioned earlier on that there's a possibility that some government targets will be missed and won't be hit until 2050, so 20 years late. What will be the budgetary implications of failing to meet our climate targets in terms of additional adaptation and mitigation? I mean, we've already seen appalling floods, and the heat last July was astonishing. What do you think will happen to our budgets if we don't move forward?
Well, I think one of the things that I think we sometimes forget is the costs of inaction. So what was the cost in pounds and pence of the heat wave and what that led to? What is a pound figure against the loss of a life? What is a pound figure about premature deaths? What pound sign do you put against somebody who gets asthma? What is a pound sign for somebody with stunted lungs as a child who'll have stunted lungs for the rest of his or her life? What's the pound sign for somebody who develops dementia, cancer, heart disease because of air quality? We do have a pound sign in relation to energy bills. And so we can do some cost-benefit analysis in relation to the costs of action versus the costs of inaction in relation to congestion, in relation to energy bills, in relation to fuel. And the report we published last year showed that the cost of action, in other words, retrofitting, ultra-emission zone, renewable energies, is less than the cost of inaction when you compare and contrast 2030 cost of inaction versus cost of action.
You would think it would be a bit of a no-brainer and hope that the government would start to move forward, but thank you very much, Mr Mayor, for that's very helpful. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next is the Assembly Member Hirani.
Thank you, Chair. Even before the Conservatives' cost of living crisis, London suffered from stark health inequalities, which were clearly evident at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. How will your budget improve London's public health and continue to support the city's recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic?
Thank you for your question. You do a lot of work locally in relation to this issue. So you've seen from the expenditure plans for 23-24 in relation to, for example, the work we're doing around healthy places, healthy weight, more than £20 million being spent there. The work we're doing in relation to mental health and well-being, another £20 million worth of expenditure there. And that's the advantage of having a budget that sets out how much you spend on recovery, the missions, how much you spend on the foundations, and separately the work we do in relation to directorate. So there's the money you can see there, but there's initiatives like you've seen the benefits of Thrive London, City Hall supporter. You've seen the difference we do in relation to the public health work we're doing with the health and ill policy strategy, but also you've seen the work we're doing in relation to the public health unit as well. And I'll give huge credit to Vicky Hobart and the team she leads in City Hall in relation to the expenditure, working with partners that we can multiply by working with the NHS or with councils or with employers in relation to pounds and pence spent.
I'm glad you finished with that point, because the Public Health Unit has a strong emphasis on the Health in All Policies approach. So how will you ensure that the approach, which is being championed by Vicky Hobart and her team, is realised in this budget?
Well, actually, we saw last week, Sir Michael Marmot published a report on Friday, I think. I saw coverage of it on Newsnight on last week in relation to, you can now quantify the impact on in relation to cost of living and health and ill health, and it's really important for us to recognise that there is a link. So we're hoping that the work that Vicky is doing, and by the way, Dr. Tom Coffey's been a huge advocate for going into the anchor institutions, going into the trust to explain to them why health in all policies is important. Getting more employers paying the living wage has an impact on health. Getting more and more trusts being living wage employers has been a game changer for us. Getting clinicians to explain the benefits of the expansion of ULEZ. Look, if you're taking less time off work because you can breathe properly, haven't got asthma, you're more productive, better for your employer. And so that health in all policies has been really important. I'll give you another simple example. Where you can have a staircase at the front of a building rather than being hidden away at the back to avoid people taking lifts helps with obesity. The ban on advertising foods high in fats, sugar and salt, again opposed by the Conservatives, has been transformative to some families as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Next question is by Assembly Member Devenish, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning. I wanted to go back to this wonderfully generous 40% pay rise for the night Tsar. How many other staff, when we're all suffering in London for cost of living crisis, how many GLA staff whose base salary is 100,000 plus a year have had a pay rise of double digits? And particularly, is anybody beaten the night Tsar on 40%, please?
Well, before I ask my Chief of Staff to respond, I think I can say with some confidence, nobody's paid a fine to the taxman, not to the tune of £5 million anyway.
Yeah, I think the facts in your question are wrong. You implied that the night Tsar had a big pay rise and after already earning over £100,000. That isn't the case.
I'll re-ask the question about the night SAR. How many GLA members of staff have had double-digit pay increases this year, please?
This year, we're 25 days in. I would imagine none have.
Would you like to write to me of a serious answer, David? Because in a cost of living crisis, it's important that we know how many of your staff with a base salary over £100,000 have had substantial pay increases. Because I think there's a lot of concern that the night SAR seems to be getting a special situation. I'd like to know if anybody else is having the same favoured position under Mr. Khan's administration.
If you'd like to write and clarify the question precisely, then of course we'll answer it. I would just point out they're not my staff. In this instance, you're talking about staff employed by the head of paid service.
Thank you. The next question is by Assembly Member Sheikh.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and to the team. I wanted to talk about the planning team in the GLA. So at the Oversight Committee in December, we heard that the GLA is receiving significantly more Stage 1 and Stage 2 planning applications compared to 10 years ago. How is your budget ensuring that the GLA planning team can fully implement your planning policies and the new enhanced workload?
Yeah, I mean, we have had a really good period over the last few years, and it's really important, and you're right, that we've got to make sure we have the right balance in the GLA planning team to respond to the workload, because if there's not the right workload, it can lead to delays, which causes all sorts of challenges. So what we've been doing is making sure that we use the income that we receive from planning to spend that in relation to the additional challenges that the staff have. And that's led to them being able to give more pre-application advice to developers, and we charge for that, which means the money that comes in, we can make sure we have a decent service provided as well. And you'll also be aware that I took the decision to employ viability experts, because frankly speaking, there were concerns that some developers were running rings around councils, some allegations that the previous mayor and his team had very close contacts with some of these developers in relation to the explanation for the lack of genuine affordable homes in our city. So the viability experts we employed can probably test the assessments done by developers to make sure we get the right numbers of genuinely affordable homes our city needs.
No, that's fantastic. And to be honest, I'd echo your comments. I've had the pleasure of working with some of the fantastic GLA planning staff that we have, and we're really blessed with a lot of expertise. So just building on that point of delivery of affordable housing, so as I understand it, the development management function within the planning team helps to drive up our aspiration for as much affordable housing across the city. And affordable housing levels for strategic planning applications referred to City Hall have increased to 45% in 2021 versus 22% in 2016. So how do you foresee the new staffing, a lot of which are also making agency staff permanent, so that's where the obvious savings come. How do you foresee that helping boost the affordable housing we deliver in London?
Just to explain, actually sometimes it's advantageous to have temporary staff coming in to help out when there's pressures in workload, because they're not permanent staff then, so you can bring them when you need them and not use them when you don't need them as well. A bigger concern we have in relation to the further progress on affordable housing isn't so much our staffing capacity, but it's if the government proceeds with the infrastructure levy. You'll be aware that our staff do really good work with not just Section 106s, but also with MSIL. And if the government does proceed with the infrastructure levy, we've got concerns around that. And again, one of the other really good conversations I had with Michael Gove and his team was in relation to making sure that they understand the London context. And so again, it's a conversation that Tom Copley has taken forward, which could have an impact not just on affordable homes, but our staffing needs as well.
Absolutely. I mean, the infrastructure levy being proposed in the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill currently in the Lords is of great concern, not just to myself, but the Planning and Regeneration Committee that launched a report last week into it. Councils could lose money, councils will have to take more risks, councils will not be able to deliver affordable housing. It's ringing a lot of alarm bells. But to bring it back to obviously the budget and how the staffing in the GLA team will hopefully help also support councils, I wanted to ask a little bit more about that. So how do you anticipate increasing the GLA planning team can help councils deliver the priorities around planning, but also in the context of austerity when a lot of councils had to carve out their planning teams?
Yeah, well, it's a really good point. I spoke 2 weeks ago with a leader of a council in Outer London who said that there's no expertise in the council to build council homes. They haven't got the staff because, for reasons you alluded to, it was hollowed out years ago. So Tom Copley took a decision last year for us to spend some money supporting councils getting the expertise in-house, because you need the in-house expertise, and that council, because of our funding, now has the expertise and is working on new council homes for the first time in his lifetime. He's a leader of he's a new leader of a council in Outer London, and so it's given councils the expertise in-house to do some of this work. Because if you remember, a large number of these schemes won't come to us. They're smaller schemes that aren't at the scale that come across my desk for obvious reasons. So we've got to support councils to do those smaller schemes that don't come to us. Schemes that come to us tend to be easier because they're bigger schemes. They tend to be the big developers who we know pretty well, and the councils have got some experience if it's a big scheme, and we get involved in the pre-application stage as well. I think it's the smaller schemes we've got to keep an eye on, and that's why we're supporting councils.
That's fantastic, and obviously I know the GLA's public practice programme as well has been fantastic in supporting the planning teams in councils, and I'll probably be writing to you about an update about that in the future. Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The next question is from Assembly Member McCartney, please.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, can I ask you, how is your budget working towards a Green New Deal, particularly in relation to biodiversity?
Thank you for your question. It gives me a chance to talk about our rewilding work. You'll be know, because I think you had a chance to see them, that we last year introduced the first two new beavers to London, Sigourney beaver and Justin beaver. In Enfield, and they are important in relation to biodiversity and building dams. I've learnt better than the original, I'm told. But it's really important. I mean, we saw with the heatwave last year, actually, by thinking about planning, but also biodiversity. If you think about some of the issues we have in relation to adaptations and resilience, biodiversity can make a big difference. Think about the floods 2 years ago. And so some of the work that we're doing in relation to climate change adaptation and the green infrastructure is around improving biodiversity. And Shirley Rodriguez is doing some really good work to make sure, as part of the Green New Deal, we don't just think about the obvious stuff that Leonie Cooper talked about, retrofitting renewables, really important though they are, but also think about biodiversity as well. And the final point is, I think one of the number of things that the pandemic taught us was how important nature is to our mental well-being. And biodiversity can help us address the issue of net zero carbon, but also mental health and mental well-being as well.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I had the pleasure of planting some trees as part of the Enfield Chase restoration project. I think they've now reached 100,000, which is really good. So particularly about rewilding, you have a rewilding task force. Some of the recommendations that might come out of that, does your budget allow for those to be adopted?
Yeah, we've got a really good rewilding task force on a cross-party basis in relation to getting the best expertise around the table. Frankly speaking, no budget will ever meet the aspirations that relevant members of the task force have, because they're really ambitious. We're doing what we can in relation to the limited budgets we have. You'll be aware of the expenditure last year in relation to £500,000. We're hoping to do whatever we can to support this. And for me, actually, the issue of rewilding also, I mentioned mental well-being, but it goes to social justice. There are many young people in your constituency who've never been to the countryside, never been to the sea. Some haven't even been to the River Thames, which is heartbreaking for a number of reasons. And so bringing nature to them is one way of addressing this issue, but also making them comfortable with nature. If you plant a tree, you've got a sense of ownership of the tree, and you get a sort of relationship with nature as well. So we are working hard to do this because it addresses a number of issues that are important to us.
Thank you. And then finally from me, you're quite right. I think you published some research recently that showed that, particularly with young people, access to green space has a real beneficial impact on mental health and well-being. But obviously a lot of our green spaces are not of great quality and there are access issues. Will your budget take forward more programmes to actually improve the quality of our green spaces?
Absolutely. One of the things we're doing is trying to leverage in third-party support. I went to a project that Thames Water helped us fund in relation to concrete space, basically, that's been turned green. and they're growing vegetables and fruit that can be used by the local community. Getting the local community involved in gardening is really important. So we are thinking about and working with communities to bring back into use either green spaces not used properly, or to see what we can do in relation to grey spaces to turn them green. Some of the green infrastructure funding is doing just that. But any ideas you have in your community that we can be working on, often it's small pockets that we can do work on that doesn't cost too much money, and we can bring in third-party support as well, whether it's a private sector, utilities, councils or others.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I have no outstanding any other questions on this section. Have I got it right? Okay, so we're done for this section. The next section is on the London Assembly. I have no one who's taking a lead-off question, so I presume no Assembly member wants to come into on that section. Great. Okay. The next section we move on to then is the Mayor's Office for Police and Crime, and the City Hall Greens will lead on that question from a question by Assembly Member Russell.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. So I want to pick up on the additional uplift compared to the consultation budget for MOPAC, in particular on Project Adder, where there's an additional £5 million allocated to Project Adder tackling county lines. Now, I understand Adder stands for Addiction, Diversion, Disruption, Enforcement and Recover, and aims to reduce drug-related death and to reduce drug-related offending. So could you tell me, Mr. Mayor, what portion of this money is going to be spent on diversion as opposed to enforcement?
I haven't got that figure, Chair, and it's not been decided yet, but I'm more than happy to let the member know once we've made those decisions. Just to clarify, the work we're doing on Adder is within London lines, so it's the London lines rather than the county lines, so it's even more relevant to the point you raised. So I'm more than happy to ask Sophie Linden to get in contact with you to discuss that.
That would be very much appreciated. When I spoke with the Commissioner, he said diversion generates high victim satisfaction and lower recidivism. Correct. And he said if you've got both those things, why wouldn't you do it? So I do hope that there's a good pot of money for diversion. And
you also be aware of the good projects, I think, in Thames Valley and West Midlands.
Yes, indeed. Those are, and if the Met starts following that, that would be excellent. So my next question is about the climate budget. And in the meeting when we spoke with the Met Commissioner and the Fire Commissioner about their climate budgets, their approaches couldn't have been further apart. Andrew Rowe, the Fire Commissioner, said the reason we've come at this with an energy is because firefighters, more than any other emergency service, end up in a very high-risk situation when you begin to understand the end result of climate change. They are literally dealing with the floods and the wildfires. Whereas Sir Mark Rowley, the Met Commissioner, explained he needs £400 million to meet the 2030 commitments, but he didn't expect, and I quote, to bend our operational policing out of shape to get there. So my question, you've discussed already the cost of inaction on climate budgeting with Assemblymember Cooper just earlier. So my question is, having taken a good look at the thinness of the MOPAC climate budget in comparison to the to other parts of the GLA, how are you planning to work with the Met to help them understand the urgency and necessity of climate budgeting?
Well, firstly, I think in numerical terms, the key measures in MOPAC's budget for the coming year are actually greater than the LFB budget, but I'll let David talk about some of the details, and so we can talk you through, and I want to talk you through this because you've raised the issue as a criticism of the Met Police Commissioner. It's not true, and so actually the expenditure we've got for MOPAC is greater than that of LFB.
I think, Assembly, the point the Commissioner was trying to make was that this can't be an either-or. We can't take away funding from frontline policing and keeping people safe in order to tackle the climate emergency. We've got to find a way of doing both. Yeah, I think Met officers actually have done, they've got a very big, complicated estate. I think they've done a really good job in assessing that. They've had success in securing government funding for places like Kentish Town and Chadwell Heath. to improve their estate. There are other things in the budget they're going to do at other Met facilities, and so absolutely it's going on. But there's no getting away that the Met has particular challenges given the size of its fleet and the nature of that fleet being out on the road a lot, very different from say the fire brigade, and so absolutely real challenges to work through. But I do think the Met is committed to this.
I think what my point is, there's not any time for another round of gas boilers. I think the Met didn't understand that so clearly as the fire brigade. It was very stark to us in the committee, but I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. The next is Assembly Member Desai.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, panel. Mr. Mayor, how does your budget help the Metropolitan Police Service to deliver your priorities for policing as set out in your police and crime plan?
Good morning. Well, firstly, it goes some way, not a big way, to fill in the 27% black hole that Sir Mark Rowley talks about since this government became the government in 2010. His estimate is £880 million worth of cuts to take us back to where we were in 2010 in relation to officers per population. So a number of things we're doing in relation to this budget and the police and crime plan. Reducing and preventing violence, I've talked about the new PCSOs. Increasing trust and confidence, I've talked about the £14 billion announced today. Supporting victims better, I've talked about in the announcement today the additional call handling, really important, but also supporting victims and survivors as well, and the refreshed violence against women and girls strategy, and protecting people from being exploited or harmed. Some of the work we're doing in relation to, I think Russell referred to diversion of gangs, but also London gang exit, rescue and response and so forth is really important in that space as well.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, at a recent appearance before the Budget and Performance Committee, the Commissioner highlighted the disproportionate pressures for the police service faces when it comes to policing protests, demonstrations, and the smaller than necessary funding they receive from the Home Office to do this. How does this impact on the day-to-day policing for London?
Well, I think the Home Office themselves have accepted now that London receives £159 million less than we should. That's 2,500 officers. And that's on top of the 1,440 officers less we receive than we should receive as well. So the first point is we haven't got the officers that we as a city need, as a global city need. Our population has been going up. Police numbers have been going down. So it's currently 3.8 officers per 1,000 Londoners. In 2010, it was 4.1 officers per 1,000 Londoners. More extractions, more officers having to work on their rest days, and more officers being tired and exhausted because of the hours they're working. That's why it's really important to give our police the support they need in relation to officer numbers and PCSO numbers.
And of course, it's not just demonstrations. The Met does have national and indeed international responsibilities.
And this year we'll have the coronation as well, and I'm sure there'll be further protests as well.
And that's what we call the National and International Capital City Grant. Right. Final question, Mr. Mayor. Under your mayoralty, you invested record amounts from City Hall into the Met, as well as record investment into enforcement. You set up England's first ever violence reduction unit to tackle the longer-term causes of crime. The VRU will receive around £40 million this coming year. Can you tell us about the demonstrable difference the VRU is making to young Londoners' lives?
Look, we've met on some of our visits some of the young Londoners who are now taking advantage of the almost 150,000 positive opportunities we've provided, funding more than 133 youth clubs and so forth, to give young people constructive things to do after school, at weekends, in school holidays, but also supporting those children in danger of being excluded, those children who are making the transition from primary school to secondary school, but also supporting youth workers as well. Youth workers, I think, are a game changer in relation to young people's lives when they're at crossroads, and we're supporting them as well. And we've now got some really good young advisors supporting us with the VRU work as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next is Assembly Member Bailey, please.
Morning, Mr. Mayor. Morning, the rest of the panel. Have you seen the VRU's outcome framework, and are you satisfied with it?
The draft framework I saw, the final framework is at what stage?
It's due this spring.
It's due this spring. I've not seen the final framework. I've seen the draft framework.
What did you feel about the draft framework? Do you think it's heading in the right direction, tweaking or done deal?
I suspect other parts of the country will copy the draft framework because there's so much detail there. It shows that actually the work that Unmesh Desai talked about, the demonstrable change, you could see it in relation to the KPIs. It's been a really intensive piece of work because obviously we're starting from scratch. I think the key thing is to make sure we have a proper way of measuring the qualitative difference in a young person's life. You'll know, often it's difficult. How do you measure when you've managed to, in a young person, move them from that direction to that direction? So those are some of the conversations that are being had. We're using the expertise that Scotland has, but don't forget where Unmesh was a bit wrong. We aren't simply the first VRU in England, we're the first VRU in England and Wales. And so we're pioneers here, so we're trying to do what we can, being the pioneers that we are.
Okay, and because in the past the VRU's had a problem with quantifying the sort of the bang for buck things, is that part of it as well? Because you're correct in saying that the qualitative change for a young person can sometimes be hard to match, but sometimes they also haven't been able to give any detail on why they've given money and what they expect for it. So do you feel like that's going to be improved as well?
No, there's never been a problem them explaining where the money's going and why it's going there. There's never been a problem explaining the numbers of people that are being supported. The issue is the difference it makes. So there could be a very crude metric. How many young people have a mentor? Well, that's fine, but the real question we're going to ask is how many young people's lives have been transformed for the better because of a mentor? And that's some of the work that the VRU is doing with this performance framework. And again, the Home Office, unlike the Conservatives on the Assembly, are supporters of London's VRU because they're just supporting us for 3 years and working with us in relation to the performance framework as well. The Your Choice work we're doing with the Home Office shows that they've got the confidence of the VRU. Young people have the confidence of the VRU, because I'm quite clear we can't arrest ourselves out of the issue of youth violence. We're going to be working with young people to do with the complex causes of crime.
Thank you. I think you're wrong to say the Conservatives are not supporters of the VRU. We're just concerned that it maximises the impact it can have. The VRU's often had problems with its commissioning budget and traditionally has underspent. You're in the middle of a 3-year deal with the Home Office. What are your long-term plans after this deal ends?
Well, I don't accept that they've been underspending. When you've got 3-year projects, and often the money goes out the door once the grant's been agreed. In year, a snapshot can look like it's an underspend. But it's not an underspend, it's for those reasons, and actually it's about getting the value for money that we need to do. Also check in, for example, none of us will want to fund a youth club or organisation that's dodgy or that's got dodgy financial records that goes out of business. We all know of ex-youth workers who have been involved in dodgy projects. What we want is youth clubs that are sustainable and that can be funded going forward as well. So they do the due diligence, they make sure that the youth work and the clubs they're funding are proper. They work with the councils in making sure the council's intelligence is taken on board, often cross-council. But I'm confident that we'll get value for money and money going out the door helping young people as soon as it can be. The other addition to this is the work we're doing now with Propel. This shows the confidence London has, that those the funders have with the work we've done, because we've now got an agreement with a number of funders over the next 10 years of more than £100 million worth of money. And some of the conversations we've had, they've talked to us about the confidence they've got because of the work of the VRU.
Sorry, Mayor, the question was about what you're going to do when you come to the end of your deal with the Home Office. What plans do you have?
I thought I mentioned Propel, but I'll mention it again, Chair. So what we're doing with funders across London is to try and get agreement about certainty of funding going forward over the next 10 years. One of the big concerns youth workers have is the lack of certainty about long-term funding. Even 3 years is better than 1 year, but it doesn't give people the certainty to plan. If you're going to get a mortgage, if you're in a long-term job, not knowing if you'll have a job in 3 years' time is a problem. So what Propel will do is give us the certainty going forward post a 3-year funding deal. And obviously we're hoping that the Home Office continues to fund the work of the VRU in 3 years' time. Hopefully we'll have a decent Home Sec as well.
But are the Home Office making noises that they, positively will fund, or are you believing you're having to prepare for a future without them?
Well, we've had conversations, David. You want to bring in the progress we've had in relation to forward planning for funding and stuff?
Well, Yeah, what I was going to say, Assembly Member, it kind of brings your questions together, is that the VIU doesn't just produce its own performance framework that you and the Mayor spoke about, it also contributes to the Home Office's national framework and works with them on process and impact evaluations. So there's a good relationship there. Extra scrutiny, which is important because this stuff really matters, as you rightly say. And so that relationship is there. The government did make a 3-year commitment in terms of funding for VRUs. That's really welcome, because before that it was an annual thing. It was very late in the year, often actually after the GLA Group final budget for the year had been set. So that's really welcome, and we'll continue to work with the government and make the case to whoever's the Home Secretary at the time that this investment needs to be continued.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The next Assembly Member, Prince.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, David, times 2. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. So, Mr. Mayor, just wanted to find out what your immediate priorities over the MPS estates. As you know, the Commissioner's asked for a review. There's one particular in my patch, the one in Hornchurch, which enables the local teams to get to their patches quite easily. But if that was to close, because of the size of Havering, it would mean a 20-plus minute journey before they could get onto their patches. Could I have your view on that, please? Yeah,
we've not got any information about Hornchurch. What I can tell you is that the new Commissioner is working on the estates strategy. You'll be aware we've discussed it in the past with the Assembly. The reasons why there's been a delay. We've now got new officers funded by City Hall. We've got to find a place for the Anti-Corruption and Abuse Command, make sure there's sufficient lockers, desk space. One of the big issues raised by HMR is the issue of exhibit stores. And so those are some of the issues we've got to address also, of course, where the Leadership Academy goes. So those are the reasons why the estate strategy is being delayed, and Hornchurch is part of that. So I'm sorry to say I can't give you an update in relation to the future of the particular station, Front County, you're interested in, but I'll make sure that the Deputy Mayor and the Commissioner, as soon as we've got more information about the state strategy as it pertains to Hornchurch, let you know.
The other thing, Assembly Member, that might give you some reassurance is obviously all members will be aware of the changes in ward boundaries that have created more wards and changed the geography. I know the Commissioner is still committed to the maximum 20-minute journey time, and there's an additional £10 million of capital funding allocated in the draft budget to be able to support whether it's new buildings that the Met might need to acquire in some cases, or whether it's space within partners' buildings, in order that we can keep that commitment.
Thank you both.
Thank you. And can I take this opportunity, I'm sure you'll all want to join me in welcoming Christchurch Primary School from Redbridge up to City Hall. Okay, the next section we move on to is the London Fire Commissioner, and the Liberal Democrat group will ask the first question. Assembly Member Bukhari.
Morning, everyone. Mr. Mayor, £2.3 million is being assigned under communications, far more than last year or projected for future years. Will there be any budget to raise public awareness about buying cheap, unsafe lithium-ion batteries online, and guidance on how to charge e-bikes and scooters safely at home?
If I can do that, I mean, certainly I see that's something that the Fire Brigade publishes already regularly through its social media channels. Whenever there's a fire involving one of these batteries, it does that. I know it's a real concern of the Commissioners, and so I think it's absolutely something that they'll look to do more about, and I'm sure all of members through their respective channels will help promote that message.
So there's no money allocated to a public awareness campaign?
Sorry, Chair, is the suggestion that I should dictate to the fire service what proportion of their public messaging should be spent on a particular issue? Because I'm against that. Right? Is that what's been suggested? I think
it's important that we raise awareness about this issue.
Maybe the member can move an amendment about how many pounds and pence of the marketing, the publicity budget should be spent on particular items, and then the Commissioner can look into that.
I think this is interesting, your response, but thank you for that. Will the release of Nazir Afzal's report, which has had some damaging findings, with that report, what plans do you have to fund future recruitment campaigns, specifically those that will target underrepresented groups currently in the fire brigade?
Well, I want to commend the Commissioner for commissioning Nazir Afzal to do the review as a proactive step. When he asked a former Crown Prosecutor of the seniority of Nazir Afzal to do the work, he was well aware that he'd be shining a spotlight on some difficult issues within the fire brigade. The Commissioner has agreed to accept all the recommendations made by Nazir Afzal. At the moment, he's not asked for additional budget for the specific issues in Nazir Afzal because he thinks it comes actually within the core work that the fire brigade's got to do. We spent some time consulting Londoners with a community risk management plan. A lot of the work that we need to do to rebuild the issues raised by Nazir Afzal, but also the inquest into death of one of our firefighters and the concerns raised by the HMI. The Commissioner thinks we can do within the budget. I would add, though, that we are spending £25 million more in the London Fire Brigade than the Home Office thinks we should, and also every penny of the 2.99% increase that we can spend for the non-police and precinct is being spent on the fire service.
Thank you for that. And you've made an announcement today that £14.2 million is going to be spent on raising standards in the Met. Why is there not a similar amount for the London Fire Brigade about raising standards specifically, and what are your plans?
Well, I think the Fire Commissioner was before the Budget Performance Committee and explained what his priorities were and where he'd like the extra money to go, and that's what we've done in relation to the support we've given to the fire service in relation to the training, in relation to the culture reports. The LFB are seeing a particularly high demand for training over this period, not just because of the cultural concerns, but because of additional obligations placed upon the fire service because of the Building Safety Act and the Fire Safety Act as well. So we've built into the budget additional money for this, and that's on top of the support the Home Office are going to give us in relation to the training required there. The other thing we're doing with the support of the Home Office is making sure we learn the lessons from other fire services across the country. So the Commissioner's reassured us in relation to he's receiving the right support from the GLA, and we're working with him to make sure we can address the issues raised by Nazir Afzal and also by the HMI.
Time for one more. I'm just going to very quickly ask about the refurbishments. Now, you have committed £7.6 million to minor works. How much of this will account for improvements that's needed for privacy for all programmes?
Can you do that?
I think we need to write on that. I don't have that detail in front of me.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. The next is Assembly Member Clark.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, panel. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, you said something that's really kind of hit home to me earlier when you said that just a violence reduction unit, that I'm going to quote you on this, you said other parts of the country will copy it, and I think that's very much something I think we both believe we want to see from the LFB and certainly from our police, and that by having reforming commissioners, this is where we'll end up in London. But part of this is obviously there's a cost to it, and the implementation of Grenfell Inquiry Phase 1 report recommendations mean the LFB are spending about £658,000 for training and upskilling of LFB staff in fire safety. How will you budget to ensure the LFB staff continue to receive the correct training, especially in light of the culture review?
Well, you're right about your point in relation to the rest of the country benefiting from the work of the LFB. There are seven fire and rescue services where the HMI says their culture is a cause for concern. None of them has a commissioner or the top person who brings in Nazir Afzal to do a culture review, right? Because we want to shine a spotlight on these issues. And I think some of the lessons we learned in London can benefit other fire and rescue services and other public servants and private employees around the country as well. You've heard from Mr. Afzal saying he's been inundated with phone calls and emails from people across the country with similar stories to tell. So the LFB, in relation to the forthcoming period between 2022 to 2023 to 25-26, as you said, are spending in the region of £660,000 for training and upskilling their staff. A lot of that's in relation to the additional requirements caused by the legislation. We're keen to make sure, though, that a changed culture is integral to everything the fire service does. So it's got to be hot-wired into everything the fire service does. And so a lot of the stuff that Andy's doing doesn't require money. Him going out to do the outreach work, him speaking to firefighters, him listening to firefighters, him explaining to them the difference. But some of it will be hot-wired into the work that's done in relation to the correct training on these issues.
Thank you for that. And you made an interesting point earlier. It was about you, Les, but it does relate to this, in that, you know, when you're trying to put a pound cost on these things, oftentimes you can't put a cost on money saved by retaining staff in future, a pound cost on improved morale in the fire brigade and the police services when we invest in our people. I'm just wondering, so the culture review recommends EDI and mental health training for managers, which is understandable. Will that be able to be delivered in your existing budget?
It will be. It's a really important point you raise. Actually, some of these things save money. So if your staff have better morale and are less likely to quit because of discrimination, it could be misogyny, it could be racism, you save money on recruitment. But also you're managing your talent better so they can make progression. What is the pound sign against the life of a black fighter who kills himself? Right. And so it's really important to recognise this is an investment in our people and our city as well. And so we are making sure, and it's a common theme that we've seen in the Met Police Service and the Fire Service, supervision or lack of, leadership or lack of, the confidence for you to report something because you think action will be taken, or your lack of confidence so you don't report it. So a good example is Andy Rowe took the decision to have an independent third party dealing with complaints firefighters can make rather than it being done in-house. There's been a big increase in the number of people making complaints because they've got more confidence in the third party. The same goes for the training in terms of, you know, equality, diversity and inclusion of our supervisors and managers in the fire service, but also the police service. And I've announced today additional support for the human resources department of the police service. For the fire brigade, we think we can do it within the existing budget. And I'd remind you that budget's more than £25 million more than the government says it should be.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next, Assembly Member Hall, please.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, it's amazing to me that you managed to answer all Labour's questions easily without reading. Well, obviously, you are reading a lot of those answers. And then when it comes to anybody over this side, you are waspish, to say the least. I think the way you were to Assembly Member Bakari was unnecessary. So let's see if you can answer these with some sense of niceness. What do you understand the latest to be regarding the Fire Brigade Union ballot on strike action? It's got a lot to do with budget, and perhaps that'll become clear. Yes.
I thought it was still ongoing, Chair, but if the member's got information that I don't, then I'm really happy to hear it. Is it finished?
The ballot's
I was
ongoing.
asking if you had...
The ballot's ongoing. It's
Yes,
national
I know.
ballot closes on the 30th
I know,
of January.
but it's amazing what the Mayor does read before he actually reports on anything and what he doesn't. Do you know if the London Fire Commissioner has reached any agreements, formally or informally, for pay awards?
So Chair, so the question is, with the ballot not closing, am I aware of the progress of the deliberations in the ballot? And now the question is, has the Commissioner...
Yeah, I think he heard, yeah.
I'm not sure if I'm waspish or not. I've got a clue what she's talking about, Chair.
Well, no. Perhaps you should do, because, you see, they've refused a 5% increase. and that could be coped with within the budget. But if they go for a much higher pay increase, it is not covered for in the budget, according to the London Fire Commissioner. That is why it's important for the budget. If a massive settlement is made, then clearly there's an issue with the budget. And the reason I would have thought you knew is you were very happy to tell us all before you were elected that there'd be 0 strikes. So I assumed you therefore had contacts with the unions. But I don't know why you made that comment then when you clearly don't. So you have no idea at all. And how are we going to cope if they end up with a very big pay award?
It's a similar issue with the police service. So with the police service, the government's own panel decides what the pay increase is going to be, and we've got to find the money to make that pay work. The same goes with the fire service. We don't get any support from the government.
Yeah, which is why I'm asking you, Mr. Mayor, what are you going to do if they get a big pay settlement? Where will you find that money from? It's not in the budget.
So there's a ballot currently taking place, and I think it's unwise.
Yeah, no, we know that. What are you going to do if they're given a large increase? There's no money in it for the budget.
So the Assembly member is suggesting that I telegraph in a public meeting what we would do in response to a request made by a trade union. I think that's an unwise thing.
Okay, let's go on to something else that you should know about, the culture review. How much do you think the culture review is going to cost?
Well, I think the Commissioner, when he was before the Budget and Performance Committee, explained that he tried to respond to the recommendations made by both Nazir Afzal and Her Majesty's Inspectorate in the budget that he has. We've given the London Fire Service additional sums with the additional announcement from the government for us to be able to increase the non-policing precept by 2.99%. So the additional percentage increase.
I'm mindful of that. How much is the cultural review going to cost? Because it's all very well saying it's going to be swallowed up within its own budget. How much is that going to cost?
I think the Commissioner, when he was before the Budget and Performance Committee, couldn't give a figure for the sum required for the cultural review. But yesterday I was with the Commissioner before the Fire Performance Committee with Her Majesty's Inspectorate, and we're confident that we can address the issues raised by both Nazir Afzal and the various issues raised by Her Majesty's Inspectorate within the budget we have for the London Fire Brigade, and that's only because of the additional investment from City Hall.
Okay, you're confident, but you have no figures, and bearing in mind we're talking about budget. I'll leave it there because of time. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Assemblymember Hall. Next is Assemblymember Plenary.
Good morning. Mr. Mayor, my question's for you. So first of all, I'm really pleased. That's a good place to start. That the London Fire Brigade in the climate budget are clearly being ambitious with their projects. And in fact, they have over a quarter of the funded projects across the GLA group. And I think it's fair to say that's a testament to Fire Commissioner Andy Rowe and Deputy Mayor Fiona Twycross and all their teams. So I think that is worth noting on record. They also have nearly half of the unfunded projects. So my question to you really is, are there plans to accelerate the funding to roll out these programmes to make sure that we can get these emissions reductions as soon as possible?
Yes, firstly, thank you for your very generous comments. You're right, we do need additional funding for LFB and actually for all the functional bodies. One of the reasons why the carbon budget is a really useful tool is we can recognise the good work taking place, but also we can, being crude, put a price tag against the additional work required for which there's currently not a price tag. And we then look for sources of funding. There is some good news, which is the government has announced now a decarbonisation fund. So the work we do puts us in a good position to apply for that money from the government. The separate work, which is more difficult, is then to find other sources if we can't get it from the government. And you're right, we've identified through the carbon budgeting circa £240 million of additional funding we need. And the challenge, as you said, is try and find that.
By your final budget, do you think any of those will move to the funded section?
Not between now and the final budget, no, because for our purposes, the final budget gets finalised in terms of the Fire Brigade within 5 days. So I wouldn't expect any change there. But that's obviously why the green finance work is so important.
Can I come back to the Mayor then? If you're waiting on the green bond scheme to forward any of these projects?
I was going to say to you, the reason why I paused was because don't forget, in year, there's a potential in relation to when you say the problem when you use green bond is we're not quite there for the reasons I've rehearsed at the Budget Performance Committee, but there's green finance and there's also things we can do in relation to third parties, and so it's possible that some of this additional funding may not need to wait until next year's budget if there are additional sources in the year.
Right.
And I should just explain, one of the pieces of work that the team is doing with David Gallie is identifying a pipeline of work separately from funding the work, and that helps as well.
And sorry, I should have said the brigade, like the Met and others, has applications in with the government's decarbonisation scheme that we're waiting to hear the results of, so that could give us a boost. But don't expect to see it in time for the final budget.
Are those applications public, or do those have to stay?
I think it has to stay private while it's with the government, but I'm sure when we're through that process, the brigade would be happy to share details.
And the good news is, Zach, just explains, the good news is if some of those projects that were going to be green finance, green bond, go to the government scheme, it frees up more money for other projects.
Sure. And just on that, we were talking about the other GLA areas too. Do you expect them to have as good ideas in the pipeline as the fire brigade?
So the short answer is, if you asked me that question this time last year, the answer is no. But the answer now is yes. And one of the pieces of work that we've done, and Enver's in the gallery on Asperi's Blushes, I mean, he's been making sure that with all the various functional bodies that work's done, and the really good news and the exciting news is that work will now be being done with London councils, the NHS and others over the course of the next year, because we want to take this London-wide as well, and there seems to be an appetite amongst the public sector as well, and they'll also be able to work with us where possible, but go to third-party funding for some of the work, some of the funding they will need once they've identified the pieces of work that can lead to decarbonisation and the price tag against them.
You talked earlier about the iterations, and that sounds quite sensible that in the first one you feel the ground, but presumably we can't keep going in iterations. Actually, there needs to be a big step forward in the next 12 months, really.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, I think that is right. One of the lessons we learned from Oslo was, once you've got the foundations right and there's an acceptance, you've got to have an acceptance, because you can't have a situation where there's a disagreement about what the issues are. First, you've got to make sure everyone's on side and agrees the importance of decarbonising. We've still got some people who they're not quite deniers, but they're delayers. So you've got to try and win as many of those over as you can. And then you've got to work out the projects, get an agreement on the projects, get an agreement on the price tag. If you can get the private sector in the right place, and that's where the green bond money can make a difference, that really helps. And then you can see swift acceleration if the market changes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I ask, remind the guests to speak into the mic, please, because there are other people who have difficulty hearing it. Just to remind you about that. The next section we're going to move on to is the Transport for London, and the Labour Group are going to lead on that question. Assembly Member Baker.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, Mr. Mayor. My lead-off question is what will be the impact on passengers of the new recurring savings in TfL's 2023-24 budget, both in that financial year and over future years?
It's a really important question, because on the one hand, we're trying to encourage people back to the centre of our city. We're trying to encourage people to use public transport. On the other hand, we're required to make these cuts. And so the trick is to try and make the savings we have to do, because it's a condition of the government deal, without it impacting on the quality of service passengers receives, and making sure everything is safe, accessible, and so forth. I think passengers won't see the improvements they'd seen in previous years. I'll give you a simple example. The number of new step-free stations is an issue for me. Making sure that we don't cut corners in relation to maintenance is an issue, cleanliness, that sort of stuff. We're trying to make sure that we can do the savings without the public noticing the difference. So if we can reduce office space, the public won't notice that, hopefully. If we can reduce the number of agency staff, the public hopefully won't notice that, and so forth. But you're right to ask the question. I think the key test is that when you and I speak this time next year, have constituents you've spoken to notice a difference for the worse because of these savings. But you know this, we've already saved £1.1 billion since 2016. So we're on top of that. I've been asked to make a further £600 million over the next 2 years. It's going to be tough. I'm not going to pretend it's not going to be tough.
Thank you, and I think that's really important for Londoners to understand. I wanted to pick up, you mentioned maintenance on our transport network, and the business plan does say that TfL will deliver savings across the maintenance contracts, and also on the 5th of January you were talking about the scale of renewals and enhancements and being looked at as part of savings, particularly if we would cut down the amount of renewals we're doing, that does increase the amount of regular maintenance that's done. So that's a really difficult thing to balance, and also often reductions in maintenance you don't necessarily see an immediate impact, and then suddenly everything frankly starts to fall over. So I mean, how can this be done without affecting the safety and reliability of the TfL network?
So the key thing that when you speak to the procurement team, we've got a huge procurement team, is the certainty. The more certainty you have, the more you can plan, and you can build in savings in relation to a long-term deal. And frankly speaking, buying in advance, planning maintenance in advance is far cheaper than last minute. I'll give you an example of an expenditure which is just frustrating. Many of our bus contracts were coming to an end in the last 12 months. The contracts, they're 7 years, tend to be. We're having to do extensions rather than negotiate value for money 7-year deals, because we didn't know whether we'd be managed decline, what the sum of our revenue fund would be, or capital funding going forward. That cost us more than would otherwise be the case. Now, with a bit more certainty on revenue for the next year or so, we've got the confidence to do some deals, but we've only got capital certainty for a short period of time. And so that means that the deal we're going to get may not be as good as we would have got with proper long-term capital funding deal. I'll give you another example. The company that's making our Piccadilly line trains, Siemens, they've literally built a factory for us in Gaul in Yorkshire. They're saying if they got sufficient notice of an order for Bakerloo line trains, the oldest trains in the country, that will save us money. And again, that's an example of the more certainty we have, the better it is for the taxpayer and the fare payer and the government and all of us. And that lack of certainty means we can't make the Bakerloo line train order, put aside signalling and so forth. But the short answer is the more notice we have, and you can build in things like inflation and so forth with notice.
Thanks. Yes, I very much appreciate the savings that can be made in terms of big spend. I am still a bit concerned, or I am still concerned about the ongoing maintenance and whether there's scope to really make those savings. And coming on to another aspect of the savings, the budget assumes bus operations savings totalling 13 million. You have mentioned the contracts and the certainty around contracts, and this says these are predominantly from tender savings following renegotiation of bus operating contracts, but presumably that's also from the contracts prior to pandemic when we did have more certainty in terms of the contracts. And I am struggling to see how we're in a position where we're talking about increasing bus kilometres, which is fantastic news, but reducing the amount that we're spending on those contracts, because I don't know exact figures, I don't think we have them, but in terms of the bus operators, the money they spend is on staff, on vehicles, on facilities, that none of those we really want to see go down, but if we pass that on, they will have to do something about that, and it feels a little bit like we're just pushing those savings over. So, are you confident we're not going to see a reduction in the quality of bus services, reliability, safety, by passing that those savings on, or forcing those savings on?
Well, you've been assiduous for the last 18 months, reminding me of the importance of better public transport in outer London. More vocal in private than in public, and I'm grateful for that. But it's we've got to square that circle, right? How can I ask you to leave your car at home if I'm not providing an alternative? It's not possible. How can I encourage you to come back to Zone 1 if the journey's horrible? Or go from town centre in Zone 5 to town centre in Zone 4, for argument's sake. So the short answer is, we last year, if you remember, consulted on cutting 4% of our bus service, roughly speaking, in inner and central London. Because of City Hall funding, more than 3/4 of that didn't take place, but some of it is still taking place. That'll save us money. Those routes are ones where there are duplications. You can either, short distance, you can walk it. There are other buses, Elizabeth Line, tubes and so forth. So that's a saving. But the additional routes in outer London is City Hall money. It's not TfL money or government money. And so that additional services we need to do. But I've got to be honest, public transport is subsidised. Right? It's subsidised around the world. And the government seems to think it can pay for itself. The fares can pay for the services. It can't. You've got to subsidise it. And so what we're having to do is we're having to cross-subsidise, the tube cross-subsidising the buses and so forth. But, you know, we've got to make sure people understand this is a subsidised service and we are subsidising our buses because it's important. So the short answer is there's no saving from providing additional bus routes in outer London, the additional 1 million kilometres that I've promised. It's a cost, £6 million, roughly speaking. And I'm announcing in this budget an additional £6 million for a million kilometres of more buses across all of London. A lot of it's going to be in outer London as well. So it's not a saving in that sense. And the savings that we were supposed to do last year from the 4% is no longer a saving because I had to pay £25 million every year to keep those three-quarters of those buses in central London for the reasons that I've said. But it is subsidised by the fare pays and by us. And that's why I'm sorry. But this year, like last year, because of the government conditions, I've got to raise £20 from council taxpayers for the reasons you know.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. That's all I have. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Next is Assembly Member Pigeon, please.
Shall I try again? Does that work? Okay. Mr. Mayor, in October last year at Mayor's Question Time, you agreed with me on the value of a charter mark system for motorcycle delivery drivers. In fact, you called it a name and praise model that was really important. Just wondering, how much money have you allocated in this budget for the charter mark scheme to raise standards in this industry?
I've not got that detail, Chair. I'm more than happy for somebody to write to the member to let her know.
But there is money, you think, in there?
In the TfL budget?
For this scheme that you were excited about as well?
I'm more than happy for us to write to them. I've not got the numbers with me.
Okay. Well, I thought that might be the answer. That's fine. Let's move on to the ultra-low emission zone expansion. You've made your decision, clearly, to extend the ULEZ to outer London. We have called repeatedly for the extension to go hand in hand with mitigations when you extend in August. We've called for a much bigger scrappage scheme and for greater bus provision in outer London. What does your budget contain that will help to mitigate some of the impact of the expanded ultra-low emission zone?
Just for clarity, when the member says we, who does she mean? Because different Lib Dems say different things.
I'm talking about Liberal Democrats in London. I'm talking about Hina and I here, specifically. But we have continued, and of course I've looked at all the messages my colleagues put out. We've continued to say you need to put more money into the scrappage scheme, and we want to see more money in buses in outer London. Can you clarify what's in your budget to cover those two areas, please?
So there's £110 million in the scrappage scheme, zero support from the government. I'll be making further announcements about that next week. In the budget, there is £6 million for additional buses in across London. I've already announced the 1 million kilometres additional in outer London. We've also announced in the budget the fares package, which is only a 10p increase, despite the government asking us to do 5.9% for those in outer London who may need to come into inner London, whereas for Zone 1 it's 20p. So we're deliberately supporting through the fares policy those in outer London, which will really support them. And we've also announced details of some of the bus schemes in outer London as well. For example, two new bus routes in Sutton being introduced, improved links between Harold Hill and Upminster and Havering, improved services in Brent Cross in Barnet, improved services in Southall, Harrow and Willesden area, all in the budget. New routes to serve the Harringay Heartlands development at Wood Green, better bus links in Wanstead, including to and from Whips Cross Hospital. And with the additional £6 million annual funding announced in this draft budget, we're looking to go even further as well. And the other thing in the budget I'm pleased to be able to announce is that the concern London has had, which is a condition of the government deal, to in future years delay the start date for those older Londoners to be eligible for their 60-plus card, will now no longer take place as well.
Okay, let's focus. You're going to give more information, I think, about your existing scrappage scheme. You're not proposing to put any more money into it. Is that right? You said you've got further information next week. Is that you're going to add more money to it, or is that specifically about the detail of it?
We'll be announcing more details of the scrappage scheme next week.
Okay. Let's focus just quickly on buses then, because it's really important. And I'm glad you are putting some money into extra buses in outer London. But at the same time, you're also cutting buses in outer London. If you look at the 213 bus, which goes between Sutton and Kingston, you're planning at the moment to reduce it by 24 buses a day, 90,000 kilometres. It's no wonder people are concerned if the alternative, and you talked just now quite clearly about you've got to have that alternative so that you can ask people to leave their car at home. Will you review your plans to cut the 213 bus route frequency? Because it's really important for people in that part of London.
Well, I was quite clear when I announced the additional 1 million kilometres before Christmas that I'd encourage not just members of the Assembly but MPs, councillors and members of the community to let us know where they'd like the additional 1 million kilometres to go. That could be if some people would rather than have an extension of a bus, more frequency. That could be something we could look into as well. I suspect there may be extensions of routes rather than frequencies, but if the member's asking for more frequency rather than extensions, I'm sure that's one of the things we can look into. But I deliberately said publicly at a full Assembly meeting that I think it's important for people to let TfL know where their concerns and wishes are. But TfL are speaking to and working with communities across London to see where they'd like to see additional kilometres of buses.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next Assembly Member Rogers.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. What specific TfL schemes and projects are your priority going forward in this budget year, the next budget year?
Just for the next year?
Yes.
I think they're set out in the budget, but I'm happy to find them in my page if I'm not criticised for reading. So they're in the budget in relation to additional uplift, and the ones that are there are the retention of the inner London bus routes, that's £33 million. The additional annual 1 million kilometres of buses, that's £6 million. Retaining the monthly and annual paper travel cards, £9 million. Accelerated cycle route schemes is £3 million. Providing additional cycle parking spaces is £1.6 million, and that comes to a total of the additional uplift of £52.6 million. And that's on top of the monies that we're able to invest in concessions for those below the age of 16 and those above the age of 60, because of the condition of the funding deal with the government for us to raise £20 through council tax to do that.
Thank you. In terms of Hammersmith Bridge, which has funding allocated, where are we with that particular scheme?
So I think Hammersmith and Fulham Council have made some progress in relation to the stabilisation works that they did. One of the things the government were able to do was to give us support in the final settlement in relation to the current phase and assistance there. My understanding is that the existing pedestals have been strengthened to mitigate the risk of further structural degradation, ensuring the bridge can remain open to pedestrians and cyclists for the foreseeable future. The longer-term plans, which I suspect is your question, for strengthening of the bridge continue to be developed by the London Borough of Hammersmith and Fulham, who are the asset owner.
So my understanding is that those longer-term plans have been under development for quite some time, and you'll be aware that this is an issue that affects not just Hammersmith but my constituency and plenty of other areas beyond. What conversations have you had, have your office had with Hammersmith and Fulham to try and gee them up a little bit and get these plans progressed a little bit quicker?
Well, firstly, I fully understand the issues it causes your constituents, people generally speaking in that part of southwest London and across the West London as well. So the Deputy Mayor meets regularly with the Council. There's a task force that there's a government minister on it as well. Baroness Vere, I think, is still the minister. not sure if she's been reshuffled. She was reshuffled. There's somebody in transport who goes to the task force meetings. They meet regularly, even though the personnel may change. I'm more than happy, Chair, just on top of the latest, to write to the member to give an update of the most recent progress, and maybe even arrange for a meeting if that would help.
It might be good to get a meeting, perhaps with the Deputy Mayor, to talk about this. There is obviously this government funding being put towards this project. Is there any timescale attached to that funding? Is there any risk if this doesn't happen in a certain period of time?
Yeah, no, I should just explain, Chair. So the funding is for this part of the works. My understanding is, and I'll be corrected by others, that there's no funding for the further strengthening you're talking about, and that's why the task force is charged with looking into that. And you'll be aware, because it's been publicised, and I'm only talking about what I've seen in the press, talk about a toll, for example, and I think that's to do with the further strengthening work. My understanding is, and I'll be corrected if I'm wrong, there's no government money for that, but because the asset owner is the council, that's why the conversation's taking place in the public domain.
Thank you. It would be useful to have a meeting with the Deputy Mayor on that. Moving on to the ultra-low emission zone, have you been surprised by the level of the public backlash against the expansion plans?
Well, I'm not sure there's a public backlash. I'm not surprised at all when I see who's funding some of the campaigning at all, what's being said. And so I think it's important to have these conversations and to address the issues. Often it's worth reminding all of us that the silent majority aren't as well funded as the vocal minority. Vested interest doesn't often side with the silent majority. One of my jobs is to speak for the silent majority, particularly when they're vulnerable and otherwise voiceless.
When you say well funded and you're not surprised because the opposition are funded, what do you mean by that, and who is funding the constituents who are writing to me with concerns about how their cost of living and how their lives are going to be impacted by expansion?
Well, of course, I distinguish, Londoners who are genuinely worried about the impact of the widening of the ULEZ with politicians in the pocket of vested interest, often working hand in hand with these groups. I've seen in the media this week further revelations of the funding behind some of these campaigns. When I talk about polluter pays, I talk about those who pollute should pay the cost in terms of the ULEZ. I didn't realise the polluter pays was polluter paying for Conservative campaigns.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not familiar with the revelations that you refer to. Could you elaborate, please?
I'll ask somebody in my office to send to the member stuff that's in the public domain in the media. I'm astonished, bearing in mind the funding that goes to the Conservatives aren't aware of the media attention they've attracted in the last week.
Thank you. I'm out of time. I will move back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Next to Assembly Member Berry.
Thank you very much, Chair. Is this working? It wasn't quite. Yeah. Okay. Good. Thank you. Yeah, I had to do that. So, Mr. Mayor, I wanted to ask about the concessions for people on public transport and the fact that the TfL funding deal requirements include the fact that if you want to put in any concessional benefits beyond those available nationally, you need to fund that separately to the funding deal, i.e. you've got to find some new funding for them. So I noticed that you have got the proposals that are coming forwards for extending the Transport for London benefit to the cleaners, the contractors, the non-TfL employees that nevertheless work on TfL services. Can you explain more about how you've funded that?
Yeah, I'll let the Chief of Staff come in. We're talking about 5,000 of the poorest people who work with TfL. So they are the cleaners, caterers and some of the security staff, and we think that comes to a maximum of £10 million a year. David, do you want to explain where the money's coming from exactly?
Yeah, so when we put together the Mayor's budget guidance in July, obviously officers reviewed all the assumptions that had been used for the 23-24 figures in the 22-23 budget, and that included 0.5% additional in assumption around business rates inflation, which subsequently has proved to be a correct assumption. And so the Mayor decided that gave £10 million, and the Mayor decided to make that as an allocation to Transport for London and announced that in the budget guidance he was doing it in order that TfL could engage with contractors to try and really get to the bottom and set this up.
No, this is an excellent scheme.
It's not just about contractors as well, because for instance, if you think about cleaners.
No, I understand the principles behind it. I'm sorry, I did want to move on to an actual question. I was just getting clarification that you'd managed to fund that through, and I think you just said business rate. So given that, and this is an excellent proposal, it is possible to fund new targeted schemes of benefits if you can find the money. You could potentially support nurses, for example, Mr. Matt, if you were to find the money, who do not get the same benefits as police staff, for example, or extend that low-paid staff support across more parts of the GLA. In principle, if the money was found, you could do that, couldn't you, Mr. Matt?
Well, I think it's just worth reminding colleagues, in case it's forgotten about, we've also got to find £500 million worth of additional revenues, and we've also got to find £600 million worth of additional cuts. And you'll be aware of our decision to raise council tax to pay for concessions for those below the age of 16 and those above the age of 60. But hypothetically speaking, of course it's possible.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm slightly out of time, and you'll be aware that later on this afternoon we're going to be putting forward amendments to your budget. So I hope you'll look closely at what we put forwards in that part of the meeting. Thank you, and sorry for interrupting.
Great, thank you. So the next is Assembly Best, please, on this issue, on this topic.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very quickly, if you can, I asked you a few times about opening a second exit at Chingford rail station, which you've said you'd look into. Have you got any update on that?
I'm really sorry. I'll get back to you today, I promise.
Thank you. And I just reminder that it was November 2021 I first asked, and you did kindly say you'd look into, so I really hope it can be today. Thank you.
Thank you. The next section is the London Legacy Development Corporation, and Assembly Member, the London Legacy Development Corporation, and Assembly Member Boffler will lead a question there.
Thank you, Chair. When will the LLDC wash its face?
You mean not require subsidy? I think it's sometime in the future. I think in the 2030s we'll have a better idea in relation to the revenues brought in. But are you including council tax and business rates? I'm including the LLDC projects as a whole in terms of GLA support for it. Are you saying there is a date? But it depends. See, it depends. When you say washing its face, I assume that means the money coming in is more than the money going out. And so are you including council tax receipts from the new homes being built there, business rates revenue from the new businesses that we have going there? We've got East Bank, of course, open. You have ongoing subsidies of the LLDC from the GLA budget. When will they cease? Well, the planning function comes to an end 24-25, so you want to just explain the timelines?
So we're engaged in a transition process for LLDC as its work progresses. So what you'll see at the end of 24 is the planning function returns to the boroughs, and the various other changes that will reduce the scope of LLDC. And so you will see, if you look at the budget, then a much reduced level of mayoral funding from 25-26. The second thing that's going on is, of course, as more and more properties become in the park and surrounding areas, both residential and commercial, for instance, East Bank, that increases the fixed estate charge that is paid by those people to LLDC for the maintenance of the park, and that serves to fund LLDC's running costs and reduce the spend required by the mayor. And so, we currently estimate that based on that pace of development and the reduction in work of LLDC, it will be about the early 2030s when no mayoral funding will be required.
Other parts of London that don't have the extensive facilities that the Olympic Park has have been expected to pay for the Olympic Park for many years now. Do you not think it's reasonable that residents of different parts of London that don't have those fantastic facilities could expect that their contribution could end at some point soon? That was the whole idea of the project.
Yeah, and that is the model. And as more people move into the area and more businesses move into the area, that means there are more payments to LLDC, and the mayoral funding correspondingly reduces. So that's absolutely what we're doing.
If we hit the 2030s, as you say, then Londoners would have been paying into that for 25 years.
And what I would also say is, as the Mayor touched on, it's not just about the LDC's revenue budget in isolation, because the economic growth that has been generated by LDC has brought huge amounts of council tax receipts, huge amounts of business rate receipts, and huge benefit to the Treasury, corporation tax, income
You're saying
tax,
that commitment's going to carry on till 2030?
Well, I'm saying that people who live and work in the park are going to be paying tax for as long as the park exists.
Have you set the LLDC a deadline for when the project should wash its face in terms of GLA funding?
So again, in terms of revenue funding, we have the projection forward. It's based around the occupation of buildings and the payments of the fixed estate charge. At the moment, that is early 2030s. We'll continue to do detailed work and challenge LLDC about how quickly costs can be reduced and how quickly people can come forward. But
I get that. Are you saying you've said that you're budgeting to reduce the overall commitment of the GLA to the LLDC?
Yes.
You said that last year, and actually the amount of commitment increased from the GLA to the LLDC.
So what we said was that as LLDC transitions, which is a process at the end of 24-25, then the costs will reduce. Yeah, and that's why you see, for instance, the business rate allocation from LLDC from the Mayor to LLDC in 24-25 is 30.3 million, drops in 25-26 to 22.8 million.
Yes, but we were given a profile before and you didn't stick to it. I'm just wondering how much we can believe those estimations.
The profile last year didn't include 25-26 as the window shifts right. It's always been the case that LDC transition was happening at the end of 24-25, and therefore you would see the benefits in terms of reduced mayoral contribution from 25-26.
What have you just said to the LLDC? No more money. No more money. You run it yourself, because that's ultimately what the aim was.
Where would you suggest they generate the money from?
That's for the LLDC to determine. That's why they're a mayoral development corporation. Anyway, I think that was one of those statements rather than a question. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. The next section is the Old Oak and Park Royal Development Corporation. And the first question will be from Assembly Member Garrett.
Morning, or afternoon as we are now. So the Old Oak and Park Royal Development Corporation falls into that category of projects that sound really good and are very ambitious, and if they work would be a great benefit to London. But it's had a sort of troubled history. You'll be aware that there was a whole great plan that had to be canned and £250 million given back to the government. So we're now in a sort of glorious new dawn where there's a whole new plan. Are you confident, Mr. Mayor, that the new plan is going to work and be delivered?
Subject to a few things happening. So I'm really pleased we've got a strategic outline business case that's with the government. I'm really pleased that the local plan has been adopted. The key thing is get an agreement from the government in relation to a number of things. One is the assembly of land. I've had some really good meetings with both the new Secretary of State for Transport, Mark Harper, and Michael Gove back in his old job. Both are keen to work with us in relation to the Assembly. The key issues are the land owned by High Speed 2, which is a bit more difficult than Network Rail, which is a bit easier because DFT's got more locus with Network Rail, and a bit of the other periphery land as well that's owned. They're both upbeat and confident about this and understand the importance of having proper development there, because you can't have a situation where the biggest new surface station in the country for 100 years, you get out Old Oak Common after you come down and it's brownfield site. They get the importance. Once we've got the land assembly sorted, that gives confidence to the private sector to invest, and what we really want is a master development plan. I think this time next year we'll be in a better place to address those two issues in relation to land assembly and enthusiasm for a master developer. Would you say the reason for more optimism now than in previous years is because for some time there was uncertainty whether High Speed 2 would actually happen? You know, the issues that there have been. I think now, even if there was a change of government, High Speed 2 is happening, and that gives certainty to if you're a private investor or so forth. So subject to those caveats, I'm hopeful.
I mean, you said once the land assembly is sorted. I mean, that was the problem last time, wasn't it? I think it was Car Giant was the particular landowner that there was a lot of, what was the exact phrase you used just now? Optimistic talk, I think was the phrase you used. But there was a lot of upbeat, buoyant, views towards the previous project, and then it suddenly collapsed because the difficulties assembling land, and obviously, that was the problem last time. And so, do you feel confident that it's actually going to fall apart again?
And it's right you raise that, because you've got to learn from previous lessons. The big difference is land owned by the private sector and land owned by the public sector. And you'll also be aware that land prices tends to go up, particularly in that part of London during this period. The land for the local plan, a big chunk of it is public land, and that's why I mentioned High Speed 2, Network Rail, DFT, who are the key players in this space. Obviously, the councils are part of the DC, and you'll be aware it's one of these projects that there are a number of councils involved. That's why DC often is the best way to go forward. That's one of the reasons why the adaptation of the local plan, the strategic outline business case, should give you more confidence with this piece of the Old Oak Common land than the previous one, for the simple reason it's not in the private sector. And you can understand the temptations not to sell if you're in the private sector before you even go down the CPO route versus down in the public sector.
Okay, so at what point, I mean, not to be, Mr. Negative, but it's my job to ask the difficult questions, I suppose. So at what point do you think we're going to have some tangible progress? So over the course of this budget period, for example, so when we sit here this time next year, are we going to have some tangible news?
So I think that there are 4 key milestones, if I just, in the next 12 months. There is now work on a detailed outline business case. It depends when the government approves that, and the delay sometimes in approving this. So if they approve that this financial year, that gives us more certainty when I come back to you this time next year. If they delay that, that means, I'm afraid, no good news this time next year. There is work already been undertaken on a supplementary planning document. That's given in, and that needs to be adopted. Again, if that was adopted this year, it means this time next year I could have some good news for you. If there's a delay, that means a problem in relation to that. There are separate, obviously, individual site acquisitions and so forth. Those, are less of a challenge because obviously one follows the other. So I think those 2 things, how soon we can get back the detailed outline business case from the government, how soon we can get the SBD adopted, are the 2 key big issues for the next 12 months. If they come back within the next 12 months, this time next year, I should give you some positive news. If they don't, we may be treading water this time next year, because it may be in the following financial year we get those 2 things.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Assemblymember Russell.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. The climate budget process revealed the extremely high gas costs facing the LLDC heat network from a poor specification in 2005, when they could and should have put in a ground source heat pump. Now, OPDC told us in the budget meetings that they are setting up a heat network based on excess heat from data centres. What are you doing to ensure OPDC builds in resilience to future risk for its heat network?
Firstly, Assembly members, just to be fair to LLDC, they didn't exist when that heat network decision was taken, so not their fault. But you're right, it was clearly the wrong decision. In terms of OPDC, they're clearly at a relatively early stage in looking at the heat network, but we are challenging them. Indeed, I've challenged them myself personally about this, because there are a lot of data centres in the area pushing out a lot of heat, but we don't, a heat network is a long-term investment. What we don't know is, will the data centres, will people still use data centres in the same way? Will the technology in them emit the same heat? These are things we don't know, and the business case work has to really answer that and be able to say, well, if that future goes down that path in terms of technology, well, what are the alternative sources, whether that's from transport tunnels or wherever that could do, and how would that hit the economics?
I'm almost out of time here, but that's reassuring to hear you're thinking about that. They've got the canal that could be a decent source for heat exchange, and air source and ground source could also help. Thank you.
Thank you. We've now reached the end of the answer question session. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and officers, for answering questions today, and please feel free to leave the chamber if you so wish. So thank you very much for your answers this morning. I would like to propose now that the Assembly adjourns for 1 hour, 15 minutes, and return. Hang on.
No, we're not going to ask any more questions.
No, hang on.
No.
Okay. That's all right, Mr. Mayor. If you so wish, you can go, but if you want to hang around.
We backed you having a loo break. They didn't. All right? Just remember.
Okay, so I propose that we have an adjournment for 1 hour, 15 minutes and come back at 1:30. When we return from the adjournment, Assembly members will be proposing amendments to the Mayor's budget and possibly related budget motions. Copies of these are formally provided at the point they're moved. Therefore, papers will be circulated in the chamber once we return from the adjournment. However, if groups wish to share them informally in advance, they are welcome to do so. Assemblymember Boff.
I think 1 hour 15 minutes is a bit long, really. We have got a job to do. I'd therefore like to propose that gets reduced to 45 minutes.
Disagree. Can I say it's unacceptable to make a change at this late stage. We've all made our plans around having 1 hour 15 minutes, and I just think it's we could have contributed to that discussion during the process of setting up this meeting. It's not okay to change it at the last minute.
That opinion had already been shared.
This is not a discussion. I think I have a feel. I can put it to the vote, but I have a feel that the members want 1 hour 15 minutes.
Chair,
all those in favour of 1 hour 15 minutes. Hang on. All those in favour of 1 hour. Look, we don't have a debate on an adjournment debate.
We'll use 15 minutes in the debate.
Okay, can we, all those in favour of 1 hour 15 minutes?
Is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 in favour, 10 in favour, 11 in favour, 12 in favour.
Okay. We're going for 1 hour 15 minutes. We meet at 1:30. Thank you. Welcome back to London Assembly's draft budgetary plenary meeting. The Assembly will now move to debate and consider the draft consolidated budget and formal budget amendments. I will hand over to the clerk, who will confirm which documents have been tabled and explain the procedural rules which apply to this section of the meeting. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. We have before us, so the substantive motion on the agenda is to approve the draft consolidated budget for 2023-24, together with the draft component budgets comprised within it, with or without amendments. In accordance with Standing Order 6.12b, this shall be considered without being proposed or seconded by a member. In accordance with Standing Order 6.12f, there will be one debate covering the substantive motion set out on the agenda, amendments to that motion, and any budget-related motions tabled at this point. In this instance today, at this time, we have two budget amendments which have been tabled, one from the Assembly City Hall Greens and one from City Hall Liberal Democrat Group. We don't have any budget-related motions at this time. I will check back again later to see if there are any more at that point. Budget amendments at this stage can be passed by a simple majority of votes cast. Any budget amendments must amend the statutory figures that make up the consolidated budget requirement in the GLA Act. Otherwise, the statement is a budget-related motion. The two amendments that have been tabled are of equal aggregate effect. And in this scenario, standing orders dictate that we draw lots to decide which one goes first. To that end, we have just drawn lots, and the Liberal Democrat amendment will be taken first, and the Green amendment will be taken second. And they are moved in that order, and then they are also voted upon in that order as well. The Mayor is under a duty to respond to any amendments passed when he presents his final budget at the 23rd of February 2023 Mayor's Question Time meeting. The Chair will now invite members to move and second the budget amendments which have been tabled.
Great, thank you. I'm going to ask Assembly Member Pigeon to move their amendment first.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. And last November, the Mayor decided to extend his ultra-low emission zone so that it covers almost the whole of Greater London. Liberal Democrats strongly believe that everyone has a right to breathe clean air wherever they live or work in our city. But we must do more than the Mayor currently proposes to soften the impact on Londoners and ensure there are mitigation measures hand in hand with the extension. Now, back in 2021, the Conservative government set aside £880 million of ring-fence support grants to upgrade vehicles in respect of clean air zones all around the country: Bristol, Birmingham, Portsmouth, Greater Manchester, Bradford, Sheffield. Yet there's been nothing for London, and they are refusing to help currently. So it does fall to the Mayor, who has responsibility for air quality in London. And despite his predecessor having also received £5 billion transport funding with ring-fenced improvements to air quality within that. But let's take a step back. Why are we looking at an expanded ULEZ? And we all may remember that back in December, we unanimously adopted a motion from the Greens, which, among other things, commemorated the 70th anniversary of the Great Smog. Now, that was one of the worst peacetime disasters to befall London. 4,000 people died. It led to the Clean Air Act in 1956. Fast forward to 2019, and an Imperial College report showed that around 4,000 premature deaths in that year in London were attributable to air pollution. So we overcame smogs, but we haven't overcome the deaths we are seeing from poor air quality. And the majority of these were sadly in outer London, where the ULEZ doesn't currently apply. And there are other studies we can talk about in the debate. And that's why we make no apology for supporting measures to tackle air pollution in London. Now, Assembly members will have their views on the ULEZ expansion. We've heard an awful lot about it over many, many weeks. But the Mayor has made his decision. The expansion is coming, and our residents will ask us what we are doing to help with this transition. And this motion sets out our plan. First, we will use £100 million that's currently unallocated in the Transport Services Funding Reserve. We'll use it to almost double the scrappage scheme. We'll increase the money for the existing categories of claimant, and we'll add a new category, blue badge holders. At present, disabled drivers can only apply to the scrappage scheme if they receive benefits. but the cost of converting disability-adapted vehicles for ULEZ compliance will be high. And given the importance of these vehicles to the people who use them, it makes sense to offer them support. And secondly, we'll use 25 million of the new Environmental Improvement Reserve to increase bus services in Outer London, far more than the £6 million the Mayor referred to this morning. And our amendment puts better public transport in place and specifies that the use of this money should include demand-responsive bus services like the Go Sutton bus. Now, this was a hugely popular service, run as a trial, but cancelled by TfL despite its great popularity. And TfL's own review of the trial recorded user satisfaction levels above 90%. The lowest score on any measure was 83%. Have we ever seen a mayor with 83% satisfaction ratings? I don't think so, probably only a dream. But, you know, the Mayor has restated this morning that he's adding 1 million kilometres to the bus network. However, at the same time, he is cutting buses between Sutton and Kingston. The 213 bus route, a crucial route in southwest London, is being reduced by at least 24 buses a day. That's about 90,000 kilometres a year. That's why our amendment's needed today. Now, members may be concerned, as they've spent their lunch looking at our amendment, they may be concerned we're using reserves to fund this. But the Assembly as a whole has expressed concern over the way that reserves have been allowed to accumulate under the present Mayor. In September last year, Assembly Member Fortune, as chair of the Budget and Performance Committee, wrote to the Mayor on this issue. The press release spoke of eye-wateringly large reserves. And in our view, it's better this year to use 100 million to help the people we represent to go into a scrappage scheme and with no impact on council tax at all. So we propose using the Transport Services Funding Reserve and a small part of the Environmental Improvement Reserve to support a major shift in transport that will improve the environment. Support for demand-responsive buses like Go Sutton has the potential to create a step change in Outer London. 60% of those surveyed by TfL in the Go Sutton bus review said they would use their car less in favour of a demand-responsive bus. This really could be the step change we need in Outer London. And clean air and support in hard times don't have to be opposed. They go hand in hand. A careful balance is needed to support a just transition. So our amendment does this in the only credible way available to this Assembly. The Mayor has the money. Let's spend it on helping people in Outer London to get about more easily. I beg to move our budget amendment. I also call for a named vote on it. And I would just also like to add, because I'm only allowed to speak in this one moment, in terms of the Greens, I presume I'm kind of speaking before they've even spoken, but in terms of the Green budget, whilst there's some really interesting ideas in it, we won't be able to support this today. Thank you.
It's difficult to talk on a motion which hasn't even moved yet. But anyway, I call upon Assembly Member Bukhari to second the amendment.
Thank you so much, Chair. ULEZ will only work if it is fit for purpose, and we fixed the scrappage scheme. That is what the representatives from the London Chamber of Commerce have said openly in their statements to the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor, Seb Dance. So this motion actually is providing that roadmap for a fairer and more balanced ULEZ transition. This will make ULEZ work for all. This amendment will allow an additional £100 million for the scrappage scheme to further mitigate the impact of the ULEZ expansion on residents, charities and expanding the scope to include blue badge holders. And this will further incentivise small businesses who want to make the transition by using cargo bikes, for example, instead of vans. Now, in addition, our amendment proposes the use of the £25 million from currently unallocated reserves for additional bus services in areas of Outer London, which are already poorly served. Now, these funds will be used to reverse cuts to services that have been taking place over the last 3 years. which includes the on-demand services like the Go Saturn bus, which first launched in 2019 and was very popular and a means of transport for residents of that particular borough, which has no underground station. Now, services like this could play a revolutionary role in how residents get around London's suburbs and present a unique and innovative answer to the imbalance that exists between inner and outer London travel infrastructure. Now, we agree that there is a clear and desperate need to make London's air cleaner, so let's get the support needed for a just transition to take place, especially in a cost of living crisis. Now, we must listen to Londoners, all Londoners. So I urge members to support the amendment to show that we care deeply about London's air quality and tackling it in a way that is really just and fair. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I'm going to ask now the Assembly Member Russell to move the amendment put forward by the City Hall Greens.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone, and I'm grateful for the lunch break. For 2023, the City Hall Greens amendment to the Mayor's budget is about filling the gaps in provision for Londoners who are left behind and overlooked. Our goal is an economic recovery that is inclusive for all Londoners. A lot has changed in the national conversation since the last budget. The rising cost of living has pushed millions of workers to the brink of poverty. After a decade of pay squeeze, inflation is running at over 11%, and even the basics are increasingly unaffordable for many people in our city. There's a national effort needed to address this, and Greens will not stop urging the government to finally step up. But the purpose of this amendment is to set out clearly how the Mayor can, and absolutely must, play his part. Now, despite the difficulties of the last few years, Londoners are resilient. We've made it through some of the toughest times imaginable. But unfortunately, there are still missing safety nets against the escalating cost of living and very worrying problems with policing in our city. The Mayor can begin to address these gaps through the levers we've identified in our amendment, and it is clear that Londoners urgently need this support. Our amendment makes careful use of GLA Group reserves, which have nearly trebled since 2017. In total, the amendment proposes additional expenditure of £54 million. That's less than 3% of the overall reserves and just 0.3% of the draft budget before us. What we get for that is a range of investments that protect the economic security of Londoners, increase the spending power of the lowest paid Londoners, and support our high street. In short, it's a bargain. My colleague, Sian Berry, will cover our proposals for new funds to bring dead spaces back to life, a resident empowerment fund, and a targeted safety net against homelessness. And I'm now going to set out our proposals with support for nurses and lower paid Londoners with travel costs and a new drug diversion pilot scheme. So our hard-working NHS nurses have borne the brunt of the pandemic. And now, for the first time in its 106-year history, the Royal College of Nurses are striking because patients are dying on trolleys in corridors. Despite their contributions, nurses continue to be overworked, underpaid and undervalued, along with many other public sector workers. If this government won't give nurses the pay increase they need and deserve, then it falls on us to find ways to cut the cost of living for them and other low-paid workers. When I joined nurses at the picket lines at St Thomas's and at UCH, they told me that poor pay and poor working conditions mean nurses are being driven to leave the profession. Discounted or free public transport is their #1 ask, similar to subsidised travel for Met officers. Our amendment calls on the Mayor to deliver free travel for trainee nurses to give them the urgent helping hand they need with mounting cost of living pressures. Our amendment also includes free travel for the lowest paid GLA staff, who are the backbone of this organisation and deserve travel concessions for their hard work day in, day out. This includes our porters, cleaning staff, security team, apprentices and many more people who are crucial to keeping the GLA going. We propose introducing, for 3 financial years, new free travel for these groups. Without any assumptions about future fare rate increases, the total cost of these two measures are just over 10 million per year for nurses, 1.9 million per year for the lowest paid GLA staff and contractors. This part of our amendment is funded using a total of 36.75 million over 3 years from the Business Rates Reserve. An inclusive economic recovery must bring everyone with us. So I now want to turn to the issue of drug possession and the way it is viewed and dealt with by the police. In 2021 to 22, over 9,000 people were criminalised for drug possession, and 294 people died from drug use in London. Changing drug possession into an opportunity for a positive health outcome rather than an incriminating police encounter would enable people to make healthy, positive changes in their lives. This is why our amendment provides a gateway to trauma-informed support rather than a fast track into the criminal justice system. Criminalising people who use drugs does not significantly reduce harm, does not significantly reduce use, does little to reduce health harm, and is a waste of police time that could be better spent keeping communities safe. It also leaves people with a criminal record that undermines their future life chances. From Avon to the West Midlands, from Cornwall to Durham, diversion schemes across the country have already shown a reduction in reoffending, saved the police money, reduced the burden on the courts, and importantly, improved the mental and physical health and employment opportunities for the people being diverted. This amendment would fund a diversion programme designed to divert people from the criminal justice system and towards education and further support, focusing on reducing harm. Now, it's not just the Greens calling for diversion. The UN Office on Drugs and Crime have worked to support diversion projects in Kenya. The Scottish Affairs Committee at Westminster recommended the Home Office should encourage all police forces across the UK to introduce diversion schemes, and this Assembly should support diversion too. So, to sum up, an inclusive economic recovery is one where everyone in our city has access to a secure and healthy home, decent employment, affordable transport, quality healthcare, and a police service that keeps every Londoner safe. The aim of this amendment is a step towards creating that city. People are telling us what they need. Nurses are calling for free travel. Residents are asking for the dead spaces in their areas to be put to good use. They want a say in the future of their estate, and communities don't want to see their young people criminalised. It is our duty to stand up and say to them, we're willing to fight. This amendment is designed to help us put people at the heart of the City Hall budget. It's difficult for Londoners to get their voices heard. We have this chance to move beyond expressions of solidarity and provide real, concrete support for everyone working and living in London. I hope you will vote in favour of this constructive and visionary amendment to the Mayor's Draft Consolidated Budget. I move the motion and would also like a recorded vote. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Assembly Member Berry to second the motion, please. So the amendment, rather.
Thank you very much. Yes, I will speak now to second the amendment. And I'm really, really proud to do this. It's absolutely packed full of good ideas that the Greens have championed for years. All of these are inclusive ideas that consider the needs of Londoners today and work towards building a resilient recovery. I'll be focusing on the parts that include access to secure and healthy housing, fixing our dead spaces problem, and empowering residents. So, talking about resident empowerment, this has been something that's come up from the grassroots ever since I was elected to the Assembly in 2016. I've had constituents from all over the city seeking help with major planning and development issues in their area. The resident empowerment part of our amendment is something the Assembly voted for in a budget amendment last year. We agreed it would provide a meaningful way for residents in London to access impartial advice and support, and by doing so influence planning decisions in London for the better. Residents wanting to plan their own areas better, those facing the threat of having their homes demolished, and those wanting to oppose bad planning proposals are all hampered by a system that puts power into the hands of the already powerful. This amendment therefore proposes again that a resident empowerment fund is created, initially with £500,000 taken from the business rates reserve. Further funds could be added to this in future, for example using developer contributions and the resources landlords are already asked to provide for resident support in the ballot process. Now, it could also support more initiatives that mirror the London Housing Panel that the Assembly also voted for support for and to save last year, such as the London Climate Panel that my excellent colleague Zach Polanski has recently asked the Mayor about. Now, on housing, this amendment acts to support the most marginalised people and those suffering the worst from housing injustice. The Mayor has already acted to create new specialist homeless provision for young people, and we need more of this thinking. The Albert Kennedy Trust, an LGBTIQA+ youth homelessness charity, for example, has seen a 58% increase in the number of young people needing help in the last 3 years. Over 40% of their caseload across the country comes from London. New targeted support is needed for a whole range of young people, of women escaping domestic violence, LGBTIQA+ people, gypsies, Roma and travellers, and armed forces veterans in London. And this part of our amendment utilises funds that would otherwise sit unused in the Mayoral Development Corporation Reserve to provide £10 million in capital and revenue to specialist organisations providing targeted accommodation and support aimed at preventing homelessness. And then finally, Londoners also tell me they are acutely aware of the dead spaces in their neighbourhoods at a time when local groups need empty halls and buildings for community activities more than ever. Now is the time to empower local people, councils and charities to take these spaces over, and we propose new funding and new action from the Mayor here. While a range of work is being done as part of pandemic recovery, the focus on businesses and high streets misses the chance to think holistically about the wider range of dead spaces that councils and residents have asked me about, and also how we might use them. And there's a lack of new funding proposed from 2023 to 24 anyway in the Mayor's High Streets for All challenge. So our amendment therefore proposes to provide £150,000 per project to fund 33 dead space revival schemes in each of the London boroughs and the City of London. These measures, along with those outlined by my excellent colleague Caroline Russell, together provide the improved safety net that Londoners need now. As an Assembly, our role must be to listen and offer a helping hand to Londoners for a more equal, inclusive and resilient recovery. And I hope you will all vote in favour of this amendment.
Great. Thank you, Assemblymember Berry. Now is the opportunity if any Assembly member wants to contribute to the debate on these two amendments before we move to the vote. Okay. Assemblymember Fortune.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to commend the Greens and the Lib Dems on their interesting ideas, especially making sure that people are supported with the vital facilities that we heard talked about, and highlighting the lack of financial support around ULEZ. I'd also agree with the comment that was made about the difference between inner and outer London and how that's often not recognised. We're not in a position to support those amendments today, but it's not because we don't support them, but it's that we're in a position not to support them because we simply don't know what the budget is yet. If you think back to the conversation we had just this morning, as an example, we were talking about the Met Police Commissioner and the money that was going to be allocated for a review of Met Police services. I'll just read out what I said. I say, whilst I support its intentions, these plans need to be costed and funded. The committee understand this to be in the region of tens of millions, and we were astounded by the Commissioner's approach of not allocating any specific funds. I read that. I sat down, and then about 20 minutes later, all of our phones pinged, and all of a sudden we were informed from a press release from the Mayor's office that another 14.2 million had turned up to support that very thing that we were suggesting. So last night, when we were reading the budget amendments, when we were making assessments, when we were looking at these figures, there was 14.2 million waiting to be announced that we had no idea about. So this is the wider question for me, is that at this point in the process, how much more money is yet to come in? Now, this is not a new thing. When we're in our Budget and Performance Committee, we talk about this all the time. In fact, if we have a look at the late arriving cash, we sometimes call it surprise money, that arrives normally after this point in the process. If we go back to 17-18, there was another 27 million that arrived later than this part in the process. In 18-19, there was an extra 267 million that arrived past this point in the process. In 1920, there was a further 229 million that arrived past this point in the process. 2021, 143 million that arrived past this point in the process. 21-22, 183 million. 22-23, 556 million. And so far in 23-24, there's 91 million extra pounds turned up that we didn't know was coming. That's 1.5 billion of surprise cash that turns up after this point in the meeting. So what I would say to colleagues is that whilst we're really interested in some of the ideas that were put forward, and there's actually things we want to talk about, this group is going to wait till we've got all the information, because that's the most responsible and prudent thing to do. And I look forward to seeing many of these ideas when we come to the final debate on the budget amendment in just a few weeks' time. Thank you.
And Assembly Member Duval.
Just begin. If I deal very quickly, because I know I've only got 5 minutes, I should have moved an amendment. I would have had 10 around that, and I am dry now. You'll notice we've replaced the bottles. Can I deal with the Lib Dems? Lib Dems is a very important motion, and it's of the time, and it's relevant, and it raises a number of matters. In the coming weeks, the Mayor will be making a number of announcements. I think we need to see what those announcements are before we commit further. The Lib Dems are also rightly to raise why the Conservatives have not supported London, as they've done with other cities outside London, in the way. I think that's a treatment of unfairness. It's not justified in any way. And I don't then follow where the Lib Dems are, that we need to step in immediately to solve the solution. We need to go back and ask government to consider further their support on this important initiative, because after all, the government is tied into ULEZ, despite what these people say in terms of their supporters around the table, and we should make sure that support is justified by investment as well. So, in that sense, we won't be supporting the Lib Dem motion, but we'll abstain. We're abstain because the sentiments of what you're saying, how that you want it funded, and the issues you're raising. We don't dismiss the issue of the buses, 1 million kilometres, and a further million to come back for a real debate and where we can pick up on other issues. I have a personal view, that I hope there's a little bit more consultation with stakeholders rather than just TfL officers deciding where that 1 million of buses go. But let's listen carefully to what the Mayor has said. I know he's continuing to listen to stakeholders and representations that are being made. So I think we would say hold back. Yes, we would agree in a different situation. And then finally, why we can't support today is because TfL's been given a new financial model. There's no doubt about it. Post-COVID, the government deal, we need to see how that budget works and how that works in year on some of those issues. And rightly, people are saying there is more money to do, but I want the Mayor to be cautious about this. I don't want him to take unnecessary risks that create other problems in terms of this budget and where it goes. Let me now turn to the Greens. Look, I think there is hodge and podge issues and a number of issues that come to us, and I think about the Greens and I think about how worthy some of the issues are, and then I look down and I see the detail and I say no. Sometimes moving budget amendments is not the way to move forward. And I'm not going to go into explaining why, but there are some issues of where there's duplication in what the Greens are saying, because the Mayor's already doing it. The drug diversion project, the Mayor has actually got a very similar project that's underway within the Met to do that. So why would we duplicate that? Why would we not wait to see the findings of that and to see where it goes? That's just to name a few. On the others, it's not nurses, it's trainee nurses, I thought I read somewhere in this. It's not very clear. A few more engagement issues that might well be to clarify some of these issues. So we can't support you today in the way that you think using reserves is okay. actually using reserves is okay. It's not so much reserves that we want to use. I think it's somewhere where this new money is going, that the Chair of Budget and Performance says, I would use reserves, but some of those reserves are earmarked to do certain things. And in TfL, I've already explained on some of the issues we need to be cautious about how reserves to use. And again, I don't see the GLA being the cash cow for that, because we will be having problems in the future. We will be having problems, and we need to watch where that goes. Finally, in terms of the Mayor's budget, he is providing more resources into policing. 500 extra police community safety officers is good. It's continuing along the lines of police recruitment, which we know there's all sorts of trouble with that, not just recruiting the right type of police officers, but actually getting people through the door. And we know that we need more investment on some of the blue light services. I think the Mayor's proposals in the fire brigade are important. It is a service that we share across party, are concerned about. It is right to do that. It is propping up some of the issues of funding that we know, and we still have continuing pressures along with the other challenges they face in terms of reforming their services. The additional bus routes, bus kilometres is to be welcomed. And I do think there's an emphasis that should be on outer London, that where somewhere that not been lacking in the past, but where we need to focus some of those extra resources in terms of dealing with the issues around that. So the budget overall the Mayor's doing is commendable, it's appropriate, it's cautious because of the financial situation we find ourselves in TfL and in terms of other services. But the GLA is playing its part, the Mayor is playing its part to make sure that we keep the show on the road, ready for the challenges of the difficult times that we face in the future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assemblymember Sheikh.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to echo Assemblymember Duval's comments specifically on the Green Amendment around the Resident Empowerment Reserve Fund. I mean, look, we thank the Greens for highlighting an important issue on continuing to develop mechanisms for Londoners to engage with planning and regeneration. Indeed, the recommendation in the report under Assemblymember Boff's chairship last year on community engagement on the mayoral call-in stated the Mayor should explore how we can support capacity and capability building for community groups so that Londoners are more able to engage with the planning process, and the Labour group supported this recommendation. But unfortunately, the specifics of this proposal raised too many concerns, just as they did last year, and unfortunately these details just haven't been dealt with. Unfortunately, there's been no efforts to discuss the details of how we ensure the community groups aren't competing for funds, no equality impact assessment on how this will play out, no effort to deal with our concern on a top-down approach to community empowerment, when this could be better placed coming from local bodies instead, such as councils, nor any details on how this could interact with current estate tenant bodies, such as TRAs. So we welcome conversations on how to tackle these important details. They cannot be had in a forum like this. They need to be taken offline and developed in a cross-party way, especially because we share the ambition on better community engagement, but we certainly are not in a place right now where any of these details around this proposal have been presented with the consideration that is needed to ensure the solution actually works for Londoners. In fact, we would say we were concerned that in its current form it could do more harm than good. So that is why we will not be supporting this amendment, but hope we can work together on developing the details around how a proposal can work for Londoners. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other Assembly member want to contribute? Okay. Okay, Assemblymember Plenary.
Thank you very much, and thank everyone for their contributions so far. I think I want to start with the purpose of the Assembly, and what all Assembly members, I'll be very brief on this because I presume we know, but our job is there to hold the Mayor to account and to investigate things of matter to Londoners. I don't think it's our job to wait for announcements for the Mayor. So it's our job in terms of amending his budget and putting forward good ideas. So I would say politely to the Labour group that where the ideas are good, I don't think we should be waiting just to see if the Mayor picks them up, which we obviously would support. But actually, with your vote today, you can demonstrate the power of good ideas and send a message to the Mayor to say, yes, we support these ideas as London Assembly members who represent Londoners, that this will make London a better place for everyone. Now, the Green Party believe there's no environmental justice without social, racial and economic justice too. All of these things are interconnected. So when you say it's a hodgepodge of ideas, I think that's because there's lots of things we're interested in, and know that all of these things interconnect. Whether you look at those things through a lens of the environment, as we often do, or through the cost of living crisis, recognising that with the crises we face right now, a lot of these ideas in these amendments will help Londoners in lots of different ways. To your specifics, on drug diversion, I think the important thing to know here is that if we want to reduce drug deaths, we need to take a public health, and I know you accept accept this premise. The Mayor has started a pilot, and that's good. That's something we support. But it is just a pilot, and that's, again, why we need amendments to demonstrate to the Mayor that there is support for this, and we need more of this in the future. Now, on ULEZ, I think the Green Party position is very clear. So, again, I'll be brief, but it's always important to state it. We know that air pollution in this city is totally unacceptable, and I was proud and still appreciative to pass that unanimous motion just a few months ago around the Great Smog and the anniversary of it, especially celebrating the work of Rosamond. We also know that ULEZ is absolutely essential to clean up our air, and we need future measures in the future, things like road user charging. Now, this all being said, looking at the Lib Dem motion, we essentially think these are good ideas, good enough to support, so we will be supporting them today. And we accept that there is still a lot of work to be done in that conversation and other places to go. And finally, just on Assembly Member Shake's points, we do want more details too. I'm just looking at notes here. But we would like to discuss with you. And when I say we, I'm presuming that's my colleague, Assembly Member Berry, who sits on that committee with you. So please do discuss those things. All that being said, I am really proud of our motion that we've put forward. I think these are genuinely good ideas for an inclusive recovery for London. And I ask you to support the Green motion, Green amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Boff.
It takes a lot for me to be persuaded to abstain on any issue. I think something's either right or it's wrong. And it's either to be considered or not to be considered. This is one of the rare occasions where I can support the position of abstention, because this is not about avoiding the arguments of the budget amendments that have been proposed, because there are so many things, specifically in one of those budget amendments, which I wholeheartedly support. You know, on my headstone will read achievements. He introduced the P break at the London Assembly meeting, so you can guess which amendment I'm talking about. I'm very, very sympathetic to those arguments, and we'll have a debate close to the time. But the principle has to be that we need to know where the budget is, what is available before we start making decisions. I'm afraid, this is the wrong time to consider them. We will be considering budget amendments next month. And so, really, this is more of a personal explanation than anything. I was told not to say anything at the group, in their group meeting, but I am anyway. Because I have to explain why I'm abstaining, because I absolutely hate the concept. But this is one of those rare occasions. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to ask now the proposer of the Liberal Democrat group's motion to sum up, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the debate. It's quite interesting that obviously the two smaller groups on the Assembly are choosing to use this meeting to table an amendment. Because it's true, we don't know what the final numbers are, we never had. But up until 2 years ago, all the groups always put forward a budget amendment at this point. Because the idea is to try to persuade the Mayor that in their final budget, they will listen to the wise words of the Assembly and put in some of our ideas. And even if they don't get through because we can't get the majority required, they're still there for the Mayor to consider. And from the Liberal Democrats' group today, we want to be clear to the Mayor, more money needs to go into the scrappage scheme. It is not enough. More money needs to go into buses in outer London. It is not enough. More money needs to be going, actually money at all needs to go into demand-responsive buses in outer London. If you are going to have that carrot and stick, if you're going to encourage those people in outer London to perhaps give up a car or to use their car less and to transition over to cleaner vehicles, we are putting down a clear marker today. And that's why it's important that this is on the table. And obviously we hear that Labour are going to abstain on it. I'm not sure whether Conservatives are going to vote against or abstain on it. But people want more help. ULEZ is coming. We know that. The ULEZ is coming. That decision was made by the Mayor, the decision maker. We need to try to make it work. And I'm hoping the Mayor will listen to this. It's interesting what Assembly Member Duval said, that he said something, I'm just looking at my notes here, that the Mayor, I think, is going to be making an announcement, and we're going to listen to that. We will listen very carefully. And if we're still not satisfied, we will bring something back to the next meeting. And I have to say, if there's more money in the budget, as Assemblymember Fortune says, great. Let's put even more into making sure this flagship policy of the Mayor can actually work and help support those in outer London.
Point of information, Chair, the Labour group have not ever had budget amendments while we've had a Labour Mayor. And I just would like to point that out.
No, not with this Mayor. Previously.
Previously with opposition mayors to my party, we've put amendments, but not while we've had a Labour Mayor.
Hang on, he was making a point of order because I think just a point of clarification, right? Okay. Can I? No, not because he was Len, because he actually was making a point of clarification. Can I ask the Assembly Member Russell to sum up, please, for the Green Party's amendment?
Yes, thank you. I mean, Assembly Member Pigeon is absolutely right. It is our job as Assembly members to present ideas to the Mayor through the budget process, through this stage in the budget process, so that things can get taken up. How many things have the Greens had taken up by the Mayor and properly worked on in the future? Things like youth service funding, the right to buyback fund, the free TfL toilets. Everyone loves those. You know, it is a process that actually can make things happen and get things done. So we really should take this process seriously. Assemblymember Sheikh wants more detail in our budget amendment than the Mayor gives in any of his proposals. And
you have to practice what you preach, Caroline. If you want detail from the Mayor, you need to bring detail to the table.
Assemblymember Fortune, you just need to... We are looking at a budget that is at the stage that it is at the moment. Our budget amendments have all been signed off by Finance. We've all jumped through the hoops with Enver and David Gallie and kind of made sure everything adds up to get their sign-off. These are not made-up numbers. This is really solid stuff, and you are wasting your opportunity to have your say with the Mayor and make sure that he takes up some of your ideas. Anyway, I hope everyone will vote for our amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think generally we have been very good this morning, so let's stay within the rules, okay, and not shout at each other. I'm now going to put it to the vote, right, in the order the motions, so the amendments were moved. The first one vote is on the Liberal Democrat group's motion.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just for the sake of clarity, I think I've heard members indicate which way they're likely to vote, but for the sake of completeness, Standing Order 6.12 stipulates that more than one budget amendment can be agreed if members so choose, and that they are cumulative to the extent that they don't contradict each other. And the Executive Director of Resources has confirmed in this instance that both amendments are capable of being agreed if that was what the Assembly wished to do. So we're going to take votes on the Liberal Democrat budget amendment first. I will call members in alphabetical order with the Deputy Chair and the Chair listed last. Members are asked to indicate whether they are voting for, against or abstaining, and at this stage a budget amendment requires a simple majority of votes cast in order to pass. Assembly Member Ahmad.
For the brilliant... Sorry.
Just a vote.
For the brilliant reasons given by my group, I will be abstaining on this.
Okay. We just need members to indicate how they're going to vote. We don't need speeches at this stage. Hang on.
Yeah, she did.
Huh?
Sorry, Assemblymember Devonish is being weird.
Can we please just please
vote, please? I'm desperate to not vote. So.
Okay. Can we just move to the vote?
Assembly Member Bailey.
Abstain.
Assembly Member Baker.
Abstain.
Assembly Member Berry.
For.
Assembly Member Best.
Abstain.
Assemblymember Bakari.
4.
Assemblymember Clark.
Abstain.
Assemblymember Cooper.
Abstain.
Assemblymember Desai.
Abstain.
Assemblymember Devonish.
Abstain.
Assemblymember Duval.
Abstain.
Assemblymember Fortune.
Abstain.
Assemblymember Garrett.
Abstain.
Assemblymember Hall.
Abstain.
Assemblymember Harani.
Abstain.
Assemblymember McCartney. Assemblymember Moema.
Abstain.
Assemblymember Pigeon.
4.
Assemblymember Polanski.
4.
Assemblymember Prince.
Abstain.
Assemblymember Rogers.
Abstain.
Assemblymember Russell.
4.
Assemblymember Sheikh.
Abstain.
Assemblymember Boff, Deputy Chair.
Abstain.
And Assemblymember Sahota, Chair.
Abstain.
Thank you, Chair. We have 20 abstentions and 5 votes in favour and no votes against, so that amendment is carried. We now move on to the vote on the...
Chair, can I raise a point of order, I guess?
All information?
Members who do not use their microphones, we've asked for a recorded vote, but nothing's recorded if your microphone isn't on. So can you all use your microphones, please?
We are recording it, by the way.
The minutes
No. But I mean, from a people watching now live, they will not see what's going on. So can we make sure that people use their microphones?
That's not a recorded vote. That's not what a recorded vote means.
Thank you, Chair. It is... no. So essentially, it's just a simple majority of votes cast, and an abstention isn't a vote cast. So there are only 5 votes cast and no votes passed against. So, yeah. So abstentions don't count. Yeah. We now move on to the vote on the Green Budget Amendment. Assemblymember Ahmad.
Against.
Assemblymember Bailey.
Abstain.
Assemblymember Baker.
Against.
Assemblymember Berry.
4.
Assemblymember Best.
Best?
Me, sorry. Abstain, I think.
Assemblymember Bakari.
Abstain.
Assemblymember Clark.
Against.
Assemblymember Cooper.
Against.
Assemblymember Desai.
Against.
Assemblymember Devonish. Assemblymember Duval. Assemblymember Fortune.
Abstain.
Assemblymember Garrett.
Abstain.
Assemblymember Hall.
Abstain.
Assemblymember Harani.
Against.
Assemblymember McCartney. Assemblymember Moema.
Against.
Assemblymember Pigeon.
Abstain.
Assemblymember Polanski.
4.
Assemblymember Prince.
Abstain.
Assemblymember Rogers.
Abstain.
Assemblymember Russell.
4.
Assemblymember Sheikh.
Against.
Assemblymember Boff, Deputy Chair.
Abstain.
Assemblymember Sahota, Chair.
Against.
Thank you, members. That is 11 abstentions, 12 votes against, 3 votes for, so that amendment falls. So we have 1 budget amendment agreed at the moment. Can I confirm if any member wishes to move another further budget amendment?
Yes, and I believe they're over there ready to be laid around the chamber.
Thank you. Could we pause for a moment, Chair, while those are handed out?
Yes, certainly.
Could I also ask, Chair, would we be able to have a brief adjournment? As one amendment has been agreed, I would just like to seek advice from the Executive Director of Resources of the effect if another amendment is agreed, the one that's about to be tabled, so that he can give advice and members understand the basis on which they're voting.
What sort of time would you want?
Could we have 5 minutes?
Yep. Okay, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
Shall we start? Members, to the impact of this amendment, should we decide to pass it? What impact is? Over to you, David.
Thank you, Chair. There is a conflict between the two amendments, the amendments being passed around and the amendment that you just agreed from the Liberal Democrats. This arises because they're essentially using the same funding source, the Transport Reserve, which is finite. Now, the effect of the Lib Dems amendment is to fully utilise the 100 million that's available in the Transport Reserve, and as you'll see in reading the amendment from the Greens on toilets, it's proposing that 20 million is used from the Transport Reserve. Now, if you were to pass the Green amendment, because that's been passed at a later point than the Lib Dems, that takes precedence. And so my view is that if you were to do that, then that would be approved, 20 million from the Transport Reserve, leaving only 80 million for the Lib Dems amendment that is supporting the other elements as described. So my view is that if that were what you were to agree, the effect would be to reduce down the 100 million approved in Caroline's amendment down to 80, and the individual elements in that would be reduced down pro rata. So the effect is that you'd agree both amendments, but the Lib Dems one would be effectively reduced by 20%, other than the element that's funded from the 25 million elsewhere in the Lib Dems amendment. I hope that's clear. I'm obviously happy to take other questions and comments.
Are there any other questions of information? Yes.
Could you clarify the issue between capital and revenue? Because there's a numbered proposals of these toilets. If my reading's right, that's not correct. Could you answer that?
Yeah, but we did take advice from TfL in confidence around the amendment here, and as you'll see, it does refer to the maintenance and cleaning being covered within the £20 million of revenue. The reserve being used as a revenue reserve, and the revenue can be used to fund capital, and there may be an issue there where the TfL's toilets being put in might be capital spend, there may be revenue there, but the substance of the amendment is that the 20 million would be sufficient with the cleaning and maintenance as set out to deliver what is set out here.
He hasn't done any judgment on that. That's correct.
Okay. Any other further questions to David? No? Okay. Thank you, David, for that help. I'm now going to ask the Greens to move the motion. I think it's Carol Russell.
Yes, indeed. And, you know, I love toilets. You love toilets, and you have told me you love toilets. Back in 2020, you said very nice things about the toilets in our budget amendment. In 2021, the Assembly produced the toilet paper, and we said we liked toilets. In 2022, you supported our budget-related motion, and in 2023, we've come up with an amendment to the Mayor's budget on toilets that is self-contained and that we hope you can vote for. It's very simple. It takes £20 million from the Transport Reserve, and that will provide the extra toilets that are set out in this amendment. It also provides for better designed toilets for bus workers at the end of bus lines, a way of a competition to design them better, and also money to improve the toilet apps that help people discover where the different toilets are in London, which is absolutely critical. So this is about helping older, disabled Londoners and workers and everyone who uses the transport system with some more toilets. So I hope that you will support us by passing this amendment so that the Mayor puts some more money into public toilets around the transport system. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And can I ask Assembly Member Berry to second them?
I will formally second and reserve my right to sum up later.
Okay. Are there any other Assembly members who want to contribute? Assembly Member Pigeon.
Yes,
Yes, I'd just like to say that the Liberal Democrats fully support this. We've long called, certainly on the Transport Committee, for more access to toilets for bus drivers. It's a really serious issue and has an impact particularly actually on female drivers and older drivers, so it's very important. And what I really hope between today and the final budget, more money will come in and the Mayor will be able to fully fund this amendment, but also fully fund and increase funding to the areas that we raised earlier around scrappage and buses in outer London.
Assemblymember Fortune.
Thank you very much, Chair. So it seems, as a result of the initial round of amendment voting, we've got confusion because there's not enough money in the current budget as it stands. And I don't want to say I told you so, but if we'd have waited a couple of weeks till the next amendment, where we'd have had the extra money, which is on average an extra 200 million a year, there would be more than sufficient to fund both of those amendments. So we're going to maintain our position. We think it's the right and prudent thing to do, to wait until all the money's available, so we can take a considered look at a hard figure rather than a soft developing figure. And we look forward to having further debates at the amendments debate in a few weeks' time.
Assemblymember Duval.
This is another very important project and proposal by the Greens, and yes, it is their right, and they are right about trying to influence the Mayor in the way that they want. But sadly, sometimes there's disappointment. There's disappointment, and I'm going to be disappointing you today because Labour will not be supporting you today on this motion for the reasons that I outlined earlier about TfL's budgets and where they are. What I would say is we on this side informally will be saying to the Mayor, and I would urge others to do it, that we need a feasibility. Now, there's some issues with this proposal, and I saw it in its earliest form, and I see that it's been changed. I think there are real problems between revenue and capital, and in terms of the numbers that you've decided in this project that you're going to deliver. And it's the revenue side of running and maintaining the toilets that worries me. I do think there should be a toilet programme, and it should be clear, and it should be transparent, and we should be able to pick off those right issues. I don't think your proposals address those in the ways that they should. But we will informally lend our support, urging the Mayor, because it's an executive Mayor, to bring forward a feasibility programme covering those very issues. But sadly, we're not going to be supporting this budget amendment today. We will be voting against.
Assemblymember Hirani.
Thank you, Chair. Like my colleague, Assemblymember Duval says, the issue is right. I think across the Assembly, across all parties, we agree on the issue itself. But some of the detail around where those toilets go, where that funding goes, how much is enough to fund the amount of toilets that are being proposed is also an issue. But where I think the Assemblymember Duval is correct with the feasibility studies, actually there are toilets within TfL estate that are currently closed as well. So I'd like the Mayor to actually review this properly. For my local station, for example, in Neasden, the toilets are always locked and closed, and there's a toilet there ready with all the plumbing works that could be opened right away with the right levels of security and staffing at those stations. And also, when it comes to bus drivers, I think actually that's a responsibility that should be in place as a statutory right from the employer as well. But for some of the bus stops and some of the bus termination centres, that is literally at the end of a road where the bus turns around as well. So I think we just need to be a bit careful and a bit smarter about how we support bus drivers for their basic needs.
Assemblymember Boff.
I just regret that the Labour Party has effectively shut the door on what is a very interesting proposal. That isn't the approach of our group. We just think it's the wrong time to consider it now. And I look forward to such proposals being introduced in a month's time. We've established our position. This is not the right time to be considering it, but what we certainly won't be doing is shutting the door on some very interesting proposals that we in the past have supported. But come back in a month's time, you may get a more positive response.
Lobby the Mayor.
You may.
Assemblymember Duval, can we not have any shouting across the room, please?
Chair, I do apologise. My microphone was on. I didn't think anyone would pick it up.
Okay. You know, I'm really glad that we just do have a sense of humour also. Okay. Okay, look. I'm now going to ask Assembly Member Berry to use her right to contribute at this stage.
I thought we had this sorted out, to be honest. A feasibility study, Assembly Member Duval. If you haven't learned by now that we do our homework and bring forwards costed and feasible proposals, and Assembly Member Hirani, if you spent time on the investigation that led to the toilet paper, whose recommendations include that the Mayor and TfL should get on with this work, and we said this in 2021 as a committee. These are things that have been considered, and we have the opportunity here to put money that is available behind this urgent need that many, many Londoners have to make better use of public transport. It is capital investment. It will come from the reserve into capital investment, and then it can be maintained with the money that we've put in, and future investment comes in maintenance comes from the increased use of public transport, from making public transport more accessible. TfL already listened to the Assembly on this and made its own toilets free, recognising that there was no net loss of revenue if they did that. We should be proceeding with this now, and I really hope that the Assembly does vote for these proposals. We could genuinely make a difference to so many Londoners by getting this actually on the table instead of just vaguely recommending it, and I hope we get on with that today.
Assembly Member Russell, to sum up, please.
I'll be incredibly brief. Look, we all know that this is a very good idea. The Assembly has supported it in so many different ways. Assembly Member Berry has just explained how the financing works for the maintenance costs. Literally, TfL consider that they get more revenue because they get more people coming. Spend a penny, TfL gets a tube fare. Vote for it.
Okay, thank you. So can I ask now to move to the vote? I don't think...
we haven't had a request for a vote, Chair.
No, so... Just in time.
Thank you, Chair. We will now take a named vote on the further amendment in the name of Assembly Member Russell. Again, I'll call members alphabetically. They are asked to indicate whether they are voting for or against or abstaining from voting, with the Deputy Chair and the Chair called last. Assembly Member Ahmad.
Against.
Assembly Member Bailey.
Abstain.
Assembly Member Baker.
Against.
Assembly Member Berry.
For.
Assembly Member Best.
Abstain.
Assembly Member Bakari.
For.
Assembly Member Clark.
Against.
Assembly Member Cooper.
Against.
Assembly Member Desai.
Against.
Assembly Member Devonish. Assembly Member Duval. Assembly Member Fortune.
Abstain.
Assembly Member Garrett. Assembly Member Hall.
Abstain.
Assembly Member Hirani.
Against.
Assembly Member McCartney. Assembly Member Moema. Assembly Member Pigeon.
For.
Assembly Member Polanski.
For.
Assembly Member Prince.
Abstain.
Assembly Member Rogers.
Abstain.
Assembly Member Russell.
For.
Assembly Member Sheikh.
Against.
Assembly Member Boff, Deputy Chair.
Abstain.
And Assembly Members Dr Sahota, Chair.
Against.
Thank you, Chair. That is 11 votes against and 5 votes in favour and 9 abstentions, so that amendment falls.
Okay. The next stage of procedure is that we look at for motions.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just check? Can I just check there are no more budget amendments that members wish to bring forward? In that case, we have one budget amendment which has attracted a simple majority of votes. We're going to move to budget-related motions. Are there any budget-related motions which members wish to bring forward? No? In that case, we move to the section on an indicative named vote. An indicative named vote is optional. Would any member wish to request an indicative named vote on the individual budget components? No. And in that case, we only have a vote on the substantive motion if no budget amendment has been agreed, and in this scenario, a budget amendment has been agreed. So in that case, if members bear with me, I will move to the correct section. So, one budget amendment has been agreed, and in accordance with paragraph 5.5 of Schedule 6 to the GLA Act 1999 as amended, the draft consolidated budget is deemed to have been agreed as amended. And if members are content, that concludes the Assembly's consideration of the draft consolidated budget. The Assembly will consider the Mayor's final draft budget proposals at Mayor's Question Time meeting on the 23rd of February 2023. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. The Assembly is recommended now to agree to use the 9th February 2023 plenary meeting principally to hold a question and answer session with Baroness Twycross and Deputy Mayor for Fire and Resilience and Andy Rowe, London Fire Commissioner, on the work and policies of the London Fire Brigade and resilient matters. Do we agree with this recommendation? Okay. The next meeting of the London Assembly is scheduled to be the plenary meeting, which will take place at 10 a.m. on Thursday, 9th of February 2023 in the chamber of the City Hall. Yeah. Okay, great. Okay. I just want to remind, that the chair of the Police Committee has asked me to ask for members of the Police Committee to remain behind for an emergency meeting of that committee. So can those members stay behind, please? There's no other urgent business to deal with. Thank you.